But it is showing plan.
And were you proposing any new landscaping or it's all just?
It's already
existing
there.
remain? Okay,
Yeah, it's already there.
let's just go to the site plan really quick.
Go to the next sheet.
Was a
actually,
comment
the A1
referring to around the driveway?
I was,
The next site plan, actually.
The site plan looks pretty complete to me.
yeah, I think it's acceptable.
Yeah, it's in the photos, you can actually, the existing photos, you can actually see that it's already cut back the driveway there too. And I think we noticed that on the, at the last meeting, we discussed it too.
Okay,
That's not changing. No one, they're not gonna touch it.
nothing's changing. Okay,
It looks complete to me and there's no changes, so I think
Right.
let them move it forward.
sounds good. So we'll formalize it in the meeting. then.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, is the applicant here for item C2?
Is the applicant for C2 here?
Alex, this one's mostly her. I don't think there's any landscape on it.
We can review it without the applicant, we need a consent calendar, is that correct?
We can't.
You wanna show it on the board and see what we can do? Because I looked at it online and it seems perfectly fine. Yeah, can you put it in there?
Sorry.
Yeah. You go to the elevations, there was a question about the windows.
It also says that there was a public comment letter, but I don't see it in the folder.
Sorry, I haven't received one up to this point.
Oh, maybe it was from the previous hearings. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there might have been a question about the windows, but they're good enough. They're fine. They're on the side elevation. They don't show on the street. The windows are a little bit odd, but you know, acceptable, I guess. They were always looking at that at the first floor because the second floor is an ADU.
Mhm.
So I think this is acceptable and we could move on unless somebody's has an
Do
opinion.
you want to just put the materials for it on the screen?
But yeah,
For
yeah,
file?
yeah, he did have a, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Morning. Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that concludes the consent calendar, right? Yeah, okay, great.
Sorry.
All right, good morning, everyone. We'll now call to order the S-Bar meeting of March 3rd, 2023. Beginning with item number 1, the public comment. If there's anyone who would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda for today, then please step forward. Okay, see no one, move on to the agenda status report. Jonathan, any changes?
I have received no changes to the agenda status report.
Okay, thank you. Now to the minutes from the last meeting of February 17th. For review. Okay, let's. So that was the. Okay, Whitney Avenue, yeah. So who is, Alex, you were not here, you were both here, the last one? Actually, it was just 3 of us plus John. Yeah. So I mean, A and B kind of conflict a little bit. Because we're saying architectural style and programming is appropriate, and then it includes a lot of programming on challenging site. I guess it's not really conflicting, but I don't know that we said that the programming of the site was appropriate because there was so much of it. I think we just said architectural style is appropriate. Do we have, is Joe with us? I think I saw your name up there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I guess when we say programming, we mean the elements that were included, like the pickleball court and everything. So are we happy with that comment?
Sorry, which one?
The first one?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Yeah. Site plan is generally appropriate.
I think where it says home could be set back further from the west and north property lines, wasn't it pretty decisive that the home should be out of the setback?
Yeah, and we should.
It's a comment that was mine, and I think that's probably what we do.
Next week. Or next time. Okay, so yes, I think we should say something about the what do they call it, where they took from one and put it to the other. Modification.
It was like compensation or compensated
Yeah,
based on the setback.
so,
It's show on. Yes, okay.
yeah. Joe, can you clarify what this applicant was pushing for in terms of the setback changes based on the
What's that reference where,
microphone?
we're just looking for the word for when they can take from a certain section of setback and put it in.
Oh, yeah, so that's called a variable
Variable.
side or rear setback.
Okay, can't hear you all that well either, Joe. I guess there's a lot of noise in here too, but okay, so I think what is it? Robert C. Home should be set back further instead of could.
Okay, great.
And then somewhere in there, what was the language again?
Variable setback.
The board does not support the variable setback proposal as shown. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, it goes right along with the should be set back
Okay,
from the property lines.
okay.
So I can include that right after the home should be set back further, that sentence.
Joe, we can barely hear you.
Sorry,
Yes.
is that better?
No.
Where did the discussion about the concern of retaining wall heights come in? Because I don't remember that being an issue.
So what?
The retaining wall heights?
Yeah, I
Too high? Are you
I
talking
don't
about
think we
the
commented.
east of the property?
I thought it was the west where they are replacing a retaining wall, but there's no change that can be made there, really. It's sort of an existing addition.
Yeah, well, and if anything, it's gonna benefit the neighbor by them lowering the house, which would make the retaining wall higher, so I don't think we should
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
sell
know.
them to reduce retaining wall heights and then also ask them to lower the house, because it kind of conflicts.
yeah, where is that?
Which item or which?
It's at the end of C. I think,
Reduce height of house. Well, that wouldn't, we're not saying lower the house, we're saying lower, reduce the height of the house. That wouldn't change the finished floor elevation. And
I
wouldn't
see.
affect the,
After and, that should just be removed. Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
I agree. I don't remember seeing.
steady base.
because if they gotta make the retaining wall less high, then they gotta lift the house, right?
Yeah, so I think, yeah, Joe, we can just remove and study ways to reduce retaining wall heights on C.
Sort of on the other side.
Well, actually, I did say, I think it was a general comment, wherever possible, reduce retaining wall heights.
That was the comment, yeah.
So I think there's a lot going on in C. I don't know if we need to break that up, but if not, then I think instead of eliminating study ways, just say where possible at the end. Study ways to reduce retaining wall heights where, if possible, or where possible.
Would you like for me to make that its own statement? So I don't want it where possible to be confused with reducing the height of the house.
Right, so maybe we should just make that a separate item. Reduce height of house to lessen impacts on neighbors. And then the new D would be reduce retaining wall heights where possible.
Okay, I got that. And then for A, I have architectural style is appropriate, and I removed and programming. Is that what you wanted?
No, I think we were just gonna leave that alone. So A is okay.
I think the comment from John was that everything was like spilling into the setback, so maybe the programming is acceptable. The understanding that it doesn't need to happen in the setbacks. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think just put it into some, complete the comment for Joe.
Joe. Testing 1, 2, 3, testing. Test,
I can hear you.
test. Testing 1, 2, 3,
Well, it's
testing.
fine for us. We just can't hear Joe.
Hey, Joe, would you mind talking
Let
into
me-
the microphone?
Yeah, let me hang up my phone and join through my computer. 1 second.
Okay. Alrighty. Yep. Okay, what else?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, great.
Okay, so Robert, did you want to modify A?
Maybe programming of the site is appropriate, but should remain out of the setback.
Okay. Everything else okay there? No John yet? Okay. Okay, we can move on to number 2. Seems appropriate. Okay, I think that seems fine. Number 4 was not heard. They were ready to move to item 5. Item 4 was not heard.
5 wasn't heard.
Right. So item C for number 6. Needs clarification, I think. Should just say there is no delineation shown between driveway and dining area. Board suggests. Yeah. Study a delineation between driveway and dining area. Board suggests providing separation between the two areas. Okay, number 7. Okay. Number 9. Number 9. So item D, study use of glass railings on western and southern exposure to ensure that reflection. Yeah, to minimize reflection from below. General. Anything else? On 9? Okay. Number 10. Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the amended minutes?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. All right, all those in favor? Okay, motion carries. Right, moving on to the item number 4, SBAR members informational briefings. Anyone want to share anything?
I missed the next meeting.
Okay, I will also. You're not? On 17th, I think it is. Okay. Goody. So that's 3 of us. Yeah, so 4. Who wants to run that meeting? Val, you want to be chair next time?
That's next Friday?
Yes, I'll be here. I think I'll be here.
Yeah, these 2 and the 2 at the other end.
Okay. Everyone will have to bear with me.
Yeah, and we'll need someone to replace Alex on consent.
I mean, I'm usually here a little early. I can do that. What's the site visit?
You know, if the consent items are architecture heavy too. so we might need-
John, I think we'll need an architect to, okay, Val will do consent. Great. Good luck. All right. Items number 5, staff update.
Good morning, everybody. I don't have any current updates this week.
Okay. And moving on to the consent agenda. Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, we had 2 items on the consent agenda and they were both approved as submitted. One was a Lamb residential additions on Louisiana Place, and the second one was a Tatman garage on Montrose Road. There were no comments, everything was fine. So I make a motion to approve the consent calendar items.
I'll take-
Okay, second by Kaylee. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, thank you. Moving on then to the standard agenda for today, beginning with item number 1, ROIC California LLC pad climbing gym, request of Jay Ritterbeck, agent for Yishai Horowitz, for further conceptual review of a new second level addition to an existing single-story commercial space at Magnolia Shopping Center located at 5160 Hollister Avenue in Goleta. Last heard January 20th of this year. And we do have a planner memo, if we can bring that up, Jonathan. Okay, planner comments are as follows. As a component of the proposed project, the applicant is requesting that building housing the climbing gym be granted a 3'6" modification to the 35-foot maximum height limit for the zone district. The increased height would allow the climbing facility to maximize the allowable height of the SC zone district and permit the existing building roof to be raised to a height that would better accommodate the climbing walls in the new facility. The new maximum roof height would be 38'6" to the top of the flat roof, which would have an additional perimeter parapet architectural element to adequately screen all required rooftop mechanical equipment. If we could move down. The top of parapet height would be 40 feet. The applicant is asking for positive comments in support of the height modification. So do we have an applicant here? If so, please state your name for the record.
Yes, Jay Ritterbeck, agent for the project.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Also have our SBAR comments from last time, which I'll read through briefly. A, the board supports the concept of increasing the building height. B, provide full elevation of entire building, existing versus proposed. C, addition needs to be well integrated with the rest of the architecture. D, study opportunities to add architectural interest, and E, provide a colored rendering. So Jay, I'll turn it over to you if you can give us a brief presentation showing what has changed since the last.
Thank you. So we resubmitted a set and we dated it this time so that we made sure that we had the right set before you guys. Some of the items that you had requested were on a set that unfortunately was not before you before. So what we have is the existing Magnolia Shopping Center. There's a long vacant area in the northwest corner. It's about 10,000 square feet currently, and we're proposing a second story addition on that. And then there'll be no increase in the overall building footprint, but we do want to accommodate a second floor partial mezzanine. We provided here a 3D rendering on this sheet. We also provide the full length view of that building number 2. We also put in a rendering of what the Ralph's elevation in building 1 that runs along the western side of the property. So those, there was some interest in SBAR and either integrating or totally going separate of what the Ralphs has done. And in discussion with the property owner, they opted that we try to integrate. So you'll see some of the rounded windows, some of the other divides and in the materials to break it up. So this 3D rendering we wanted to add in. We also wanted to make sure that the SBAR members had good visuals. So we, in the next page down, we took views and we put schematics on what the views would be from public viewing areas. And this will aid in staff's discussion because there was a mitigated negative declaration. And really the only thing that's pertinent to SBAR was the aesthetics impact. So we wanted to make sure that SBAR members had all the information that they needed to provide comments to size, bulk, scale, impacts to visual view corridors from public viewing areas. So those were also added in. And other than that, I think the rest of the information, the interior, it's kind of complicated to understand the floor plans because the walls are not straight walls. They kind of fall back on themselves and articulate throughout for those climbing wall surfaces. But we do provide that for you just so you can have that that as well. So we do side-by-sides throughout the plans to show what currently exists, the existing elevations, and then what's being proposed. So with all that, I think this would end up going to the Planning Commission for determination on the amendment to an existing development plan. And again, we're just looking for positive comments, specifically with that height modification. It's not the big M modification that where you guys would take an action on that. It's built into the conditional use permit as an allowance, but we still need to have SBAR's comments on that to aid the planners in their discussion in the staff report and the what would be a CEQA addendum. Other than that, I'm open for questions, and we do have the property owner as well.
Great, thank you. Questions from the board? Anyone?
What's the height on the parapet of the Ralph's tower that you have in the image?
There's an elevation if you go back up
Does it have a?
on the Ralph's one,
Okay.
right? That's not. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I think I found it, 38.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item? If so, please step forward. I know we had one letter of support also, so we'll just bring it back to the board then for comments.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm the owner.
Okay, you want to step up to the, and if you have exhibits, maybe just hand them to John and we'll pass them down. Is that micro? Okay, did you want to speak or, okay.
Hello, thank you very much for hearing our case here. We're very excited to bring this to the Santa Barbara community. And if there's any questions, please let me know. We do believe that this brings an amazing benefit to Santa Barbara. And we've been trying a lot and looking forward to working with you and getting this through. So
Great,
thank you.
thank you. Okay, thank you. Comments? Mr. Verdiak.
I mean, I think that this is going to be a difficult thing to do. The windows that are shown seem to be totally unrelated to the structure or the shopping center itself, and I think that needs further study. I mean, it's it's an in-your-face structure which is very strong. And I think it needs to be, somehow, studied, try to, soften it. So to speak. My impression.
Okay, Ms. Frosher.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. I'm very supportive of the gym itself and having that kind of facility. But it needs more integration into the existing complex in terms of its architecture. And I think those super rounded arches in a procession are introducing something new and different that don't mesh with the existing.
Yeah, I agree with the comments. I think the project has a good planner, but it needs a better architect. I'll be frank. We're supposed to make a finding that the architecture supports a modification of 42 inches in height. And not only does not do that, it doesn't even meet the basic standards. The Palladian windows do not match the rest of the building. I understand you want a box, you need a mass of that characteristics and might be able to be accommodated, but the design needs to be different. You need a good designer. You don't have a good designer. I'll be blunt. I'm not usually this blunt, but you need to change that. Those are my comments.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I agree with the comments that the architectural approach could be refined. You got two features. One of them's kind of pulled forward towards the parking lot. The other one's recessed. Maybe breaking up the height of the two features could potentially help. So it doesn't look like it's all the same height. And then I think studying how potentially you can integrate some planting in front of this thing. Maybe if you had some tall vertical planting in either like some finger planters or integrated into the sidewalk around it, could help to kind of break down the apparent height of the building. And I agree, the windows they seem out of scale with what's going on with the rest of it. I like the concept of bringing a climbing gym here, so I'm not trying to beat up your project, but maybe there's just some details and adjustments here that could kind of refine what you got going. So
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
I agree with Robert's comment. I don't have an issue with the overall additional height. I think it's just the detailing. But I also am worried about that. And I think it's cited well for the additional height because of back this parcel or the shopping center. So I think that's in my mind supportable. Just
Okay. Mr. Bloomer.
I'm looking at the Ralph's and I'm looking at the rest of the shopping center, which is pretty significantly outdated kind of architecture, and it's nice and clean and looks like it's well maintenance. But I think I think to John's point, we're trying to marry this thing. It's not going to marry itself to what's next to it, right? So it's going to have to stand alone as its own little piece. I assume the attempt is to try and make it look kind of like the Ralph's. And just trying to can you go to Jonathan to the 3D
page?
It's on GO2, which is like page 3 of that PDF. One trick, Jonathan, is you see the little hamburger up at the top left. You push on that, it'll show you like all the pages. There you go. That just makes it faster sometimes for you. That's a good little trick.
I didn't see that as a hamburger before, but thank you.
That's because you don't make web pages.
Burger Week.
Let's see. So I'm just I'm not having as much trouble with the pointer. Here's another fun trick, Jonathan. You try to follow the pointer. This is insane, but you have to follow the pointer while I like this to the people. So this piece here, I'm okay with it. I was just gonna ask the rest of the boards. I'm not. I was throwing up that element on it. Like I think the way that the trellis and this is all organized, is kind of a nice elevation. Where I'm kind of struggling is this side, where we have this kind of architecture is pulling over from the other building. This kind of slope roof, and then we have these windows that are kind of, I think, easy solution there is. Right, is the proposal, I have a question for the applicant, Mr. Chair, are these actually real windows or decorative?
Those are real.
Real windows.
Okay, that's nice. So I guess they could work, but I'm just under discussion here for a second. We'll make final comment, like any.
Well, what I would say is that, it's a difficult project. I agree with the comment that it needs to be different from the shopping center. It's not gonna match because of the size, bulk and scale. But it needs its own architectural character.
Yeah.
And we cannot do it here. We're going to give direction. It's not gonna work. I think it needs windows, other windows, and maybe different materials. I don't know, but it needs to have its own architectural character. And we cannot really try to help the podium because it's not gonna work.
All right, well, I'm gonna make my comments. I like on the wood trellis that's shown on the, I guess that would be the western side of the southern elevation, is that right? Just the south elevation? Doesn't say, I don't have any. Doesn't say on your drawings what elevation is, so the left side of elevation number 42 and 41, the trellis, I'd like to see the applicant try to integrate that across the entire frontage of the new proposed improvements and abandon this kind of slope roof and disconnect it from the adjacent, like architecturally disconnect it from the adjacent one-story shopping center structures. My second comment is to try to make the building stand, or try to take this elevation to make it stand on its own as it's independent from the adjacent structure, so that, architecturally it makes a clean separation. And study the windows. The current shape and breakups are not appropriate for this type of architecture. Also, I would encourage them to use the same paint color as the Ralph's building and eliminate the salmon pink color on the adjacent building as a choice. And my next comment would be to add landscaping elements that, soften the ground, the first story, ground entrance place spaces. I assume there's going to be some signage somewhere here, so if there's a signage proposed with this, I don't know, that might be nice to see where we're planning to put it if you haven't come up with a scheme for it. But that could be a part of the application if it was desired. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add other than I think, to me, that's an enormous big blank wall on the left side there. And then I agree with Robert's comment that the heights of the two sections should differ at least somewhat. Otherwise, I don't have anything else to add. Go ahead,
Mr. Chair. Jonathan, can you go to page 4 and zoom in on images 41 and 42? I think these give us a much better picture of the context. I wasn't focusing on those initially, but there they are. When I look at it like this, I don't see that it's massive. It just needs better architectural treatment, to Alex's point. So I want to just put some support behind what Alex said. I'm usually the one having to say those things, so. You know, I think the design team on this should seek some help from some from the design community and see if they can actually improve it. Like another example of problematic elements is this little element here. This is not very well resolved. You can't just cut a building in half and then have it all work out. Like this piece of roof and the way it's connecting to this trellis and what's happening underneath it's piece, the way it's being presented right now, it's not well resolved architecturally, and those details will matter to make this work. It's probably the same as this piece here, so to take the architectural treatment up a notch, a few notches.
Okay, any other last comments from anyone? Okay, very good. So it sounds to me like we were returning for a further conceptual when you're ready. Do we want to entertain a preliminary as a possibility if it comes back?
I would, but I also like to just add a comment that I too am in support of the mass bulk and scale of it and the idea of it. I'm very confident the architectural treatment is improved, that we can move this forward. It's not about, I'm not concerned about the height of it. I'm concerned about the architectural treatment of it. I don't know how much.
Before we move on, could I,
of the board.
So, well, we already did. Yeah, the first comment from last time was board supports the concept of increasing the building height. So I think that carries over. And so return to full board when you're ready for further conceptual / preliminary.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. So this project has to go before the decision maker for approval. So it
can't return for preliminary.
It should return. Yeah, so it should return for further conceptual if you want to further fine tune the design before it goes to the decision maker.
Okay. I think that's what we will have to do then. So return for further conceptual because there's a lot of resolution that needs to take place before we have positive comments.
Another, just to, I hate to make comments. I'd rather have somebody design it, but now that we're making specific comments, the texture on the walls, I'm not sure if those are riglets for break up the plaster so it doesn't crack, or that they are really heavy. They are shown very heavily. Maybe it's an intent to do something with the geometry. Right now it's not working. So figure out exactly what you want your walls to look like. And if you're going with a more modern building, you probably do not want a cornice and you want a clean parapet with no exposed metal coop. That's what I would do. But right now it's a mixture of styles. It has some traditional elements like the cornice, the mission tile and the Palladian windows. And then it has a form that is completely modern. So you gotta really resolve that.
Also, it was mentioned briefly, but the signage I think will be important. So if you have a conceptual idea of where that's going, what it may look like, it would probably help you out with at the next meeting. So moving on then, thank you. Item number 2, the low new residence and accessory structures request of Kelly Tyke, architect for Mark and Pauline Lowe for further conceptual review of a new residence of located at 4121 Cresciente Drive in Hope Ranch. We've seen this several times. Last was November 18th, 2022. And we have applicants here. Please state your names for the record.
My name is Kelly Tyke with the Warner Group Architects.
That's for this.
My name is Molly Fansler with Patricia Benner Landscape Design.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and read through the comments from last time and then turn it over to you. Let's see. These are SBAR comments from last time. A, architecture is well designed. B, height and massing still appears excessive, especially on west elevation. C, redesign project to lower height and massing by lowering pad height and plate heights. D, consider alternative species to holly oak. E, board supports new driveway alignment. And F, landscape screening along western boundary should be enhanced. So Kelly, I'll turn it over to you if you can give us a brief presentation about what has changed, because we're all fairly familiar with this.
Okay, so if we could move, I guess we'll talk about the landscape first, because that's first, those are the first sheets in the set. Keep going. Okay, right here. I'm gonna let Molly speak now about the landscape changes.
So for the, thanks, for the comment about the holly oaks, which are for. Press it. Oh. Sorry, for the alley along the driveway. These trees here. Sorry, I'm not familiar with how to use this. Sorry, thank you. For these trees along the driveway, we considered the comment and have changed those to a crepe myrtle, which is a much more garden scale size tree. And they're not toxic to horses as well. That was another one of the concerns. And then for the screening along the western property line, we have a ficus hedge at the property line, and we've added an additional layer of trees. We selected a type of magnolia tree that is columnar in shape, and is about 25 feet tall by 10 to 15 feet wide. They're evergreen, and so that will provide a second layer of screening. And we've also kept the palm trees that were there before, so that will be a third higher level of planted screening on that edge.
Okay, and then if we could go to the site plan. Go down. Couple more sheets. Okay, so on the site plan, we kept the house. If we could zoom in on this area. And go scroll up a little bit. A little more. A little more up. Okay, so we've kept the house, the 4 feet away from the setback line. So we've maintained that. And so we have a dimension between our proposed house and the neighboring residence. Now we show it as approximately 50 feet. And then we're from this wall here to the property line, we're at 29 feet. We lowered the pad height 12 inches of the whole basically the whole project, with the exception of the cabana, which we're keeping existing. So the cabana now steps up. So it's on like a little pedestal, and everything else is essentially the same. So now we could go to the elevation sheets. Yeah, right there. So we also, in response to the comments, we lowered the plate height as well. And if we could zoom in on this area. So this is the neighbor to the west, and this red hatch area is where the story poles were. And so now this is how we've adjusted the building in response to the comments. So we've lowered both the pad height and the plate height. So it's a total of 18 inches that it's been lowered. And if we could go to the next sheet, yeah, right there. Can we zoom in on this area? So here's the west elevation now.
I want to bring attention to the 25-foot building envelope line. So over on this end, our building is actually over 4.5 feet lower below the 25-foot line. And on this end, it's just over a little more than 2 feet lower than the 25-foot line. So the average below our envelope, we're 3.5 feet below what our allowable envelope is. And then if we go to the next elevation, down a little, we show the landscape rendered in the landscape, how the new magnolia trees and the new hedge and then the palm trees would sort of screen our house that we're proposing. And then if we can go to the next sheet. And then zoom in over on this area. So this is the south elevation. So again, here's the hatched area from where the story poles previously were and to where our house is now. And so also this roof over here is 2 feet lower now than where it was, where the story poles were shown. So I just want to have you take this into consideration when our neighbors show pictures of the story poles again, to know that that's where the story poles were, and then this is where our house is now. So those are the changes that we made.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll bring it back to the board then for questions. Mr. Pujo.
Yeah, I have a question. Just to clarify, on the east side, between the path and everything else, the building went down 2 feet. Is that correct?
We lowered it 12 inches, so
Double.
a foot. And
A foot plus 2 or 2 total?
you mean are you talking about the roof
Yeah,
line or the
yeah.
pad?
No, the roof, the roof line from where it's now to where it was before. What's the difference?
On the east side massing,
There, yes.
right there. Yeah, that's 2 feet lower now than
2
what,
feet on
than
before.
what the story poles.
And on the west side is 18 inches.
It's
again?
18 inches and 4 feet
Yeah.
further to the west,
Okay,
East.
thank you.
east, correct, yeah.
I have a question. Is the reason for pushing the massing to the west because of the views from the neighbor behind to sort of?
No, it was to give us further separation from our neighbor to the west. So that I'm sorry, yeah, so we moved the house this way to the east
I guess
for the benefit of this neighbor.
No, I understand that. I'm saying from the original design, you have this on the second floor. The massing on the second floor is kind of pushed off to the western portion of the house and leaving a sort of gap in between. And, you know, it's much lesser here. Is the reason that this second floor is kind of shifted to the west because of the views from the neighbor behind?
Oh,
for OC?
yeah, you're talking about why it's open in the middle essentially?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
to be
was,
sensitive to views, to be able to see through
okay.
from the street.
Mr. Bloomer, question.
If you want to be a part of the presentation, please stand up and state your name at the podium and join the presentation. You can't have people shouting out from the peanut gallery. Sorry, and you do it, then other people think it's okay, and then we have to start disciplining the room. And so if you want to speak, ask the chair to speak, and he'll direct the conversation. When you make presentations, present it to the chair. That's how we keep order. Thank you.
Thank you. And another question, the magnolia trees that are slated for the along the western property, what size are you planning on installing those as?
48-inch boxes, which would probably be about 15 feet
Okay.
to start. Yeah.
Any
And a
other
moderate,
questions?
moderate growth rate.
John, question?
Yeah. In your presentation, you had a view from the neighbor to the west, looking up to your building. And it also indicated the new lines of the building. Could we go to that perspective or?
I don't believe I have a view in my drawing set of from the west, from the neighbor from the west. But we do have some perspective views. If you scroll up. I guess go to the, oh, go down. And then the first, number 14 there. So this is the view of the south, so the neighbor in the west is over here. I'm sure that they have some images that they can show where the story poles were. And if that's what you're wanting to see.
What's the question? John, what was the question?
Well, the question, what I wanted to see was, the view from the west neighbor looking up. I thought I noticed that it illustrated the differential between where it was before and moving it back.
Oh, on the elevation sheet?
I think
Yeah,
so.
is that,
Okay.
That's one of them.
So it's probably this. Is it this elevation that you're looking,
No,
or
Go back- go back
the
up.
next one?
we're down, actually, yeah, down to
Go down
right there.
right here.
Maybe zoom in on that a little bit.
okay, well, yeah, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay, public comment. I have several speaker slips here and not sure. No, okay, so no attendees. So we'll everyone will have 2 minutes here. I have 5 speaker slips and we'll start with Edgar Eltrich. And 2 minutes, and please try to stick to the 2 minutes. You'll hear.
Yes, this will be short. Thank you very much. By the way, I love the audio system. Great improvement.
Much better, huh?
And I also like the crepe myrtles. Thank you. Okay. I have just a statement I'd like to make, and I'll read it to make it quick, regarding the letter that we had sent that was put on the website yesterday to make sure everybody's kind of in the same point. Okay, so this is regarding views. And I said that since the beginning of your review of the Low project, we, along with a number of other neighbors, have presented the fact that ocean views directly affect a property value. This board has stated that it recognizes its responsibility to work towards preserving the values of neighboring properties affected by a proposed project. The board has also made it clear it feels a stronger responsibility to preserving public views versus personal views. We would like to point out that a California Superior Court has clearly stated that obstructing a homeowner's view of the Pacific Ocean adversely affects that home's value. We believe this finding that ocean views directly affect value must be considered by this board in making all its decisions. You are required under your bylaws to work towards preserving neighborhood property values, and with the finding of the court that ocean views directly affect value, we believe more attention to the view equals value equation should be considered when evaluating proposed construction projects. While all homeowners have property rights, we believe this board has the daunting task of balancing those rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas Echegarig. Did I pronounce that right?
Okay, dear SBAR members, on the last meeting on November 18, 2022, I made a statement about how the Lowe's project reduces my property value by obstructing our ocean view. As Mr. Lowe made his rebuttal, he said that the oak tree that was taken down obstructed our view, and because that we didn't have a view, because we didn't have a view then, we bought our house, and after the tree was removed, we suddenly had a view. Also, he said that this project takes past just takes back just between 20 and 30% of the view. This is simply not true. We had ocean view from the beginning, and as you can see in our dated photo, the oak tree wasn't a factor. In the second dated photo, you can see how the poles show that they would obstruct our view significantly. Also consider that this house is likely to be set higher, closer to Creciente Drive, obstructing our view more. On top of that, the landscape will increase the obstruction to cover the ocean completely. Our property will lose value with this project. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Can you show us or explain where your house is in relation to the
Yes,
property again?
I sent an email.
Jonathan, can you pull up yeah, Etchegary. Maybe just pull up the Google of the site or something.
I wanted to clarify that because his rebuttal was kind of dismissing my concerns about this.
Okay, so which house is yours now? It's 4131, so maybe we can just take that in too. Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. And we have a question here for you from the vice chair.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the public speaker. Is the proposed residence directly in front of your property, or is it tangentially? Like when you look straight from your property, they're not in front of you, are they?
They are on the side and they have they would obstruct the only ocean view I have.
I have a question for the planner, Joe. Can you discuss how these types of projects are typically reviewed in terms of what substantiates a view of the ocean from a property?
Yes, I can go through that. So when reviewing a project for impacts to views, that we don't look at the views of private properties. It's from public viewing areas. So that's not something that we would analyze from our policies or our development standards. However, the board does have the ability to review projects in terms of neighborhood compatibility. So if that's a concern that the board has, that's definitely something that the board can look into.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, next, thank you, sir. Next.
So my concern is property value, basically. So
Understood, thank you. Next speaker, Brianna McCarthy.
Jonathan, would you be able to go to page 8301, I think it's page 1820? Thank you. And Mr. Pujol, I think this is the view that you were referring to. You all saw the story poles from Mr. Liskin's property. And the general consensus was that the structure looms over the neighbor's property to the west in a challenging way. With respect to neighborhood compatibility, it is a problem. I don't think we're there yet. And I think this is the image that Mr. Pujol is referring to, where you can see Mr. Liskin's property off to the right. If you have to go down a bit, there you go. And the development does loom over it. it'd be as if there's, you know, a 6'9" basketball player standing next to me. And you reduce him by 1.5 inches to 6'7.5", and then you give him a magnolia tree to hold. It's not solving the problem. It's clear to us, and it's probably clear to you, that the applicant here seems to have no interest in actually resolving the problem. And appears indifferent to the impact that this proposed development is going to have on his neighbors. We've been through this. I can't imagine what more this committee could say that would motivate him to do any differently. They don't want to, clearly. And we understand that this is the conceptual review phase. You can't make a decision here. It's got to be pushed through to the zoning administrator or preliminary where decision can be made. Fine, we just ask that you do not grant conceptual approval because the problems have not been resolved. Furthermore, we're dealing with the setback from the coastal bluff. And I understand that it's this committee's view that that will be addressed by the zoning administrator, but it's half of the setback. It needs to be at least 104 inches back. We know there's 168 feet of developable space. After you subtract the 75-foot setback from the street, there's 178 feet to move the, or 168 to move this house back so that you're not looming over this property and you're complying with the local coastal plan and the setback distances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Max Liskin. No, Tao Fan.
I just passed out 2 hard handouts because the pictures that we have were not posted until this morning on your website. So I just like to give you time to look over it.
Okay.
And then Max will come up and speak on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Max Liskin, please.
Thank you. I'll be as brief as I can be. I'm going to use some math today. I think you see the pictures. Number one, we're talking about a 24-foot house. They've reduced it 1.5 feet. That's 6%. Number two, the mass is unchanged. It's still monolithic. It goes straight up. Even the balcony projects out front. We were just talking about a public building, the climbing gym. There was more focus, or there seems to be a lot of focus on the monolithic nature of that house, of that commercial structure versus the, and I think you get the point. As far as what I don't understand is most of the rooms on the west side of the house are secondary rooms, like bathrooms, utility rooms, a barber shop. I do not understand why they have to have 12-foot or 11-foot plate heights. There's a way to transition to a higher plate height in the main entertaining parts of the house. It makes no sense to me. That's all the rooms on the west side. To the point about the landscaping, the landscape architect just said that they're going to put in 16-foot, 48-inch box trees. The house has got a 2-foot over us on the pad, the way it's adjusted. It's got a 12-foot first story plate height, 11 feet second story, that's 25 feet, 16 feet. We're still going to be looking at 9 feet of their house. From the very beginning, this process has been disingenuous. I want to work with these people, but they keep presenting fixes that aren't fixes. And to Brianna's point, they have done nothing in a material way that solves our problem. I want them to enjoy their home, but they need to consider the people that live there and compatibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I think we have one more speaker, Mark Lowe.
Okay, so what we're dealing with unfortunately here is building a two-story house next to a one-story house. That's perfectly legal. If you look at objectively what we're proposing, it's well within the guidelines from a math standpoint, all the setbacks, heights. What we're talking about is subjective opinions here. And are we intruding on their homes? As far as the neighbors and the views are concerned, we've shown you multiple pictures that show that there was an oak there, 100-foot oak there previously, that we've taken down a year ago. So anything prior to that, the oak tree was there. Yes, we're building a two-story house. We've showed plenty of images which still preserve the water and the island views of the neighbors. As far as Mr. Liskin is concerned, I'd like to read a text message that he sent me a year ago. This is Max, your neighbor on Crescente. I wanted to let you know that rather than waiting for your project to be approved, we have decided to move forward on understanding the bluff setback indicated in our geologic study versus your study. The potential benefit is having more than one property owner presenting similar conclusions to the county should we move forward on the project we have been working on. I hope you and your family have a happy and healthy new year. I've had discussions with Max. He has considered building a two-story house on his property and certainly maybe considering building a two-story house in the future. And then if he does that, then we're equivalent. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
Yes, can I?
Sure. Fill out a speaker slip when you're done. And
Hi, yeah, my name is Tiep Kung with the Warner Group, and you know what, I'm really object to the fact that you know, we have the procedure on how the board is reviewing the project, and what it means is that the opponents or the applicants should post, the county should receive the material online and the deadline by yesterday. So that way we have a fair chance to look at what's been submitted. And I really don't think that's a fair thing to do, that if the opponents keep giving the information to the board that we have no idea what it is, we don't know how accurate it is. And I think that's really, really unfair to the applicant. And I think they completely bypass the process on how to do a fair hearing. So that's I want to put out notice that we have no idea what you're looking at. Number two is that the attorney mentioned about the coastal review and the bluff top setback, and we have gone through that process extensively, and we'll have the final report with the county. And I can tell you now that the setback line is at 54 feet. Is that right, Kelly? 52 feet. And the house is actually set back at 70 plus feet, not even 52 feet. So we are more than comfortable with where the house is located at. And that process will play out with a zone administration hearing. And I think that will be resolved fairly shortly. And so I just want to raise that issue. Thank you.
thank you. And as far as your first comment, I think there's nothing that was presented here to us that we didn't see that was in the folder already, just so that you're aware. Okay, I think that does it for public comment. Bring it back to the board then for our comments. Who wants to begin? Ms. Froscher? Nope, sorry, that's it. Yes.
Well, this is the kind of project that consumes a lot of everybody's time. And I think that the goal should be to work together. And to do that, you need to make enough of a drop. I think 11-foot and 12-foot plate heights are still extremely aggressive, given all of the neighborhood issues and all of the concerns from both the adjacent neighbor and the neighbors behind. So in the interest of moving forward, I think that the plate heights and or finished floor height should be lowered further.
Thank you. Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I agree with those comments that it seems like there's no other alternative. You know, it's situation of the existing grade and the house to the west, you know, is such a situation that the plate heights could really be restudied. I think I appreciate it. They're moving it back 4 feet. And you know, that
A little more into the mic, John.
it's still too high. And the plate heights should be restudied. I think that you know, it's a problem, but it's a problem we've all inherited and we can't ignore it.
Okay, thank you. So can I just get a quick confirmation from the applicant that what we're talking about is correct? The plate heights are 12 and 11.
Yeah, so on the first floor, the plate height from the finished floor to the finished floor of the second floor is 12 feet. So that would give us,
Not the ceiling.
I'm not-
It's floor to floor.
floor to floor is 12 feet, and then on the second floor, floor to roof, I believe is, I have to look at the elevation. I think it's
Yeah,
11
let's
feet.
pull up the elevation, Jonathan, please, so we can, there's some, it's probably,
Ceiling height.
Page 20.
We could just zoom in on the left over there, if we're talking about the
zoom into
the
that.
west side. We have the dimensions over there.
So 12,
So 12, so that with a 18-inch floor assembly, that give us a 10.5 foot ceiling in the first floor, and then on the second floor, we'd have about a 10-foot ceiling, finished ceiling height, so
okay, thank you.
at the master bedroom.
Appreciate it. Mr. Peugeot, comments?
I'm glad that was clarified, because I thought it was plate height, and it's not plate height, it's floor to floor height, which is really different. So I appreciate that. Well, this is a 29-foot setback now. The applicant has lowered the roofs somewhat, 18 inches on one side, 2 feet on the other side, and increased the setbacks and provided landscaping. The applicant has made an effort, so I think that may be appropriate. In a borderline, some of the speakers made a good point as why does an office, a bath, or no, what is it? Basically the baths and the closet, why do they need to have such a high floor? A mechanical enclosure, the salon, those areas on the second floor on the west side, that really is the lowest hanging fruit. And I think, you know, you could lose some height out of that portion and make a difference. So that, I think, it's, you know, would be a good compromise. I'd like to hear the rest of the members.
Thank you. Board Member Grubb.
I agree with Alex's comments. It seems like the applicant has made some attempts to respond to the previous comments. I agree that it is the low hanging fruit to reduce the height over the bathrooms. I think speaking to the landscape plan, it seems generally appropriate, and 48-inch box trees along the property line are decent size trees to start out with. And yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I can acknowledge that the applicant here has made some changes. I'm not sure that landscaping is really gonna make the neighboring house go away, but also driving through Hope Ranch the other day, just want to point out, this is 4045 Marina. And this is from the road, and it's blocking views of the ocean. So, I mean, I understand there's concern from the neighbors here about what's going on, but I think right next door, there's a similar situation happening, and this is from a public view. So there's kind of this thing happening in the neighborhood there where I'm not so sure that this type of architecture is now conflicting with the style of what's happening in Oak Branch, even though maybe I don't necessarily agree with it, but it seems to be the direction of other homes in the area. So I can acknowledge the changes that you made. And I think there could be an effort to lower the house a little bit more to try to appease your neighbor, but I also don't see that it conflicts in a way that is substantially different from what I see happening in the neighborhood at the moment. So.
Thank you. Mr. Bloomer.
I believe that there's a couple of themes that have come forward today from the public comment and the presentation. One issue that's being addressed is, how does this project potentially adversely affect property values? And I think if we are fair and distribute that evenly, limiting this property owner's right to build affects their property values, and that's a precedent that could be set or not. And certainly, I think we appreciate that that this new building changes to the neighborhood and potentially brings that issue up. So I'm kind of looking at it from both lenses there. But when I look at the other issues that have been addressed about the size, bulk, and scale of this project in relationship to the neighborhood and to I think the point that was just made, it's not adversely standing out from any other project that's been proposed or built. So we're talking about a multi-million-dollar development of a residence on a pretty spectacular location or in a spectacular location, 12-foot floor to floor and 11-foot ceilings. Those are probably right in line with what one would expect for these type of properties. And I don't think we're going to see much less than that in the future with properties like this keep coming. So I don't think we're talking about 8-foot or 9-foot plate heights in these neighborhoods, and fighting that battle seems kind of futile to me. So I'd rather see better architectural solutions if people want to continue to propose grand houses like this, and that makes it difficult. So, but I do understand those arguments. The other thing that I've heard today that caught my attention, I thought it was well stated in kind of a humorous way, but proximity matters, right? So, and the looming effect or the side loading of the structure to one side of the property line or the other makes a material difference in the appearance of that to the neighbor. And I think that case has been pretty well made. And I think it's pretty clear that the applicants have chosen not to fully address that. And so I think that's where at least the dilemma with Mr. Liskin and the applicant is that I don't see that we're heading towards any resolution. I kind of agree. I think lowering this house another foot. I mean, I appreciate that the applicant has actually done some work to lower the house. I agree that they're staying well within the boundaries that have been allowed by the zoning. So the house has been done with a lot of attention and detail to what the allowable envelope is. There's no question about that. And lowering it, another foot perceptually, I don't think will alleviate Mr. Liskin's concerns or anybody else that's viewing it the way I think he and other neighbors are. So the only other option would be to take that second story and center it in the property and pull it away from the setbacks. That's a pretty obvious solution. I think we've discussed this enough, and the applicants have decided not to take that option. I know these architects have the toolkit to do any kind of design, and they've kind of presented and represented this scheme. And I believe moving that mass on the second story to the center of the property would probably go a long way towards the argument that was presented in terms of proximity, but that doesn't seem to be on the table. So in summary, there's two ways this can go. This board can approve this project, which may turn into an appeal. The public may appeal it, our decision. Or we can deny the project and the applicant can appeal our decision of denial. And I have a hard time coming to the conclusion that this board could deny this project based on the proposal and the precedent that we're sitting in. So I don't see that there's any good rationale for this board to deny the project, and it doesn't sound like my fellow board members want to do that. So I think we've kind of, as Valerie said, we've aired this out enough in this forum. We've asked for things that the applicant has responded to. We actually appreciate the applicant working with on those things, but the issue that's really driving the debate here seems to be at a stalemate. So I'm gonna move that we grant approval today as submitted and for conceptual. Are we going to further conceptual?
We're here today for further conceptual review.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna ask the board to put this on the agenda for the next hearing for preliminary final approval. Yeah, and I think I just be transparent. From my seat, I think we're gonna be moving this towards an approval at this point. And if there's an appeal, then that can be handled elsewhere. But I think the argument at hand is beyond our purview at this point.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just make a quick comment on the permit pathway. So this project is a coastal development permit with a hearing, so it's required to go to the zoning administrator. So what would normally happen is it would go to the decision maker before it returns for preliminary. And so any comments made by the board would be utilized in staff's analysis for our recommendation to the zoning administrator.
Okay, so who determines whether or not it goes to the zoning administrator yet?
It's the board's discretion to determine whether or not it is ready to proceed forward for review by the zoning administrator. So typically, if the board is saying that the design is acceptable, staff would take that and utilize that to draft a recommendation to the zoning administrator.
And what if the board is mixed?
That's something that we'd have to look at, and that's I had a question about that because it seemed like there were a couple comments about the plate heights before it was confirmed what the plate height was actually lower and that the floor to floor level is different. So I just wanted to confirm that whether the board is split or not.
So those that went first, you want to provide some clarification?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I thought that was a ceiling height, 12 foot and 11.6. So that is better to know that that's actually floor to floor. I have a question for the applicants. There's enough distance from the road to the building footprint to lower the pad another foot. Is that possible without causing great issues?
Perhaps the reason why we lowered it only a foot for the whole main house, it's quite a bit of grading to do that, but also we're keeping that existing non-conforming structure and we can't change the structure of that. So that steps up a foot to that cabana. So to lower it another foot, we'll have to put that up even, that cabana will be elevated even higher. So that's the reasoning why we went down 12 inches for the pad height. But the pad height is, so it's 12 inches lower than the existing house right now. But the pad height for the motor court and the driveway or the motor court and the garages and stuff, that's quite a bit lower to keep the whole building level at the same height. So that's That's about 3 feet lower than the existing grade in that area.
And there's another consideration is that the house, the pad is how many feet below the street?
It's about 16 feet.
16 feet below the street, so you literally, can't. And one of the reason why we put the openness in the middle, because we want to make sure that we help with the views from the neighbors from behind. If we move the mass in the middle, then obviously it will, affect somebody else. So it's a lose-lose, or no win situation. And then you mentioned about the mechanical room.
So, sure, the mechanical space, and actually, if we go to the elevation of the west elevation, so scroll down a little bit. Then the next elevation. Okay. The neighbors, Max actually has a very good point. So this area is mechanical and a salon area, and then this is a hallway, and then this is a stair. I think that's completely fair, but that we could lower all this. This is not a main space that we need a large ceiling height on. So yeah, we don't have an issue lowering this. We could lower that like another 18 inches or so. So that would be like a total 3-foot reduction from this portion over here from the previous hearing.
I've asked another quick question that I meant to ask earlier. Do you know what's the difference in the finished floor elevation between where you are now and Mr. Liskin's house?
I believe it's 4 feet, or 3 to 4 feet difference between his grade and our grade.
And you're above?
We're higher, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
We also 50 feet away too, so that's.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just heard the applicant say that they're willing to make further concessions on height. So with regard to the question of whether or not we want to forward this on to the zoning administrator or return for more conceptual review, I believe they just played their card there. So I think to move this along today, we should put this back on the agenda for further conceptual, allow the applicant to come back. I've heard 2 comments from the applicant today. 1, that they will lower the house by 18 inches. 2, that they were not able to properly review the information provided by the neighborhood. So let's let them return to their drawing table with that information. Maybe they can work with their neighbor on this 18-inch reduction or any other and come back on conceptual. Other than that, I think we should close business on this today, because it seems like they've made it clear that they're ready to play ball with their neighbor a little bit, and we don't know that. I'd like to let that have a chance, and then I think we can review it, but that's my recommendation.
Briefly.
Matter of fact, I like to clarify that issue a little bit. It's only the mechanical room that we are talking about. We're not talking about lowering the house 18 inches. And that's mainly just the lower area right here, which is closer to the neighbors. So it's not like we cannot lower anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Just a question. Would it be also difficult to lower the floor on top of the staircase, which is also next to the neighbor? Is that area next to the, I know, I imagine you need the height for the elevator, but next to the, yeah, right there. Is that, seems to be illegal, it seems like a low hanging fruit to me.
In terms of the massing, from where this window starts at the staircase all the way back, I believe we would be able to lower that, yeah.
Okay, so the board would support that. And Mr. Liskin has been raising his hand for a while. Can you come up and give you 1 minute, because we've had the applicant had a lot of time.
I appreciate what just happened. I just like to, before we got there, I just want to make the comment. I think before any approval is given, we should know where the house is. And that's been said a few times. So why can't we wait till the peer review is settled and everybody knows where the house is, and then we decide this gets approved or it doesn't by you guys? I think that's fair, because there's a huge disconnect between what the peer review says and where the house is now. And unfortunately, as much as I'd like to work with the applicant, they have not represented that setback accurately several times before. The next suggestion I'd like to make, it would go a long way for me because I want them to build the house, is if there is a second story, why can't they push that master bedroom, the hall part of that house back? So it doesn't loom, not the first floor, but the second floor. Maybe there's more of a balcony in the front, but slide it all back so it doesn't loom over our house. When we look up, all we see is this massive monolithic frame for their balcony. And it does whatever's happening on Marina, whatever happening in Hope Ranch, it's a very different setting in the backyards on Crescente, and in particular our home. I want them to have what they want, but I don't, and I think you've given me a minute and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to just bring up briefly this second floor plan so we can take a look, because that's one of the comments I was going to make. You know, I want to see kind of what those rooms look like, if there's any way to push back that second story further east, even a little bit. Hold on. Is that the second floor? Sorry.
It's the next sheet up.
Oh.
Roof line is fine.
Page 11 on you.
He's on it. So zoom in, please, on the upper part of that page. Okay. So. Yeah, so that's the master bath. This is where I'm looking in here. And this is your staircase. It's okay. So my comment would be, it sure seems like this is that additional reduction in the square footage on the second floor at the west, it could be reduced somewhat to help step the house back so we don't have a two-story mass unbroken along the western elevation. And can you clarify here, is this, because, you know, can this whole staircase move down a little bit? What is this? Is that glass wall? Kind of trying to figure out what's happening in this zone.
Yeah, so this is the point about 50 feet from the neighbors. And so this is another 15 feet. Am I right, Kelly? So this is about 40 something, 65 feet back from the neighbor's house. And then this is the area that we think we can lower, as suggested by the neighbor, with a mechanical room. So this is where we want to reduce the massing on this right here, down another probably 18 inches. And then the staircase, we also reduce the height right here. The elevator we have to keep high because the elevator shaft, but all of this here we can, this I don't think is really an issue because way back. It's further than,
yeah,
most you can
it's fine.
see.
So this is the portion of the window. So we were seeing it as one, it looked in the elevation like it was one.
No, but yeah, step
plane.
way back. Yeah, so
step back. So I think the area that I'm looking at is right in here. I appreciate this effort here. And I just think that, this is where the problem lies, right in this little zone here. That's what's looming. So,
You look at the, just a further review of this plan. So if we're going to talk about proximity, which it seems like we're playing with two variables, right? Moving the second story mask away from Mr. Liskin's property is one, and lowering the building height is two, right? So my question to the applicant is, if you zoom out on your plan here, doesn't appear to me that you are right up against your other property boundary on the other side of the property. So down here by the existing non-conforming structure on I would assume the eastern boundary. How many feet can you move that house to encroach on that property line with that single story element? While still maintaining the zoning ordinance. Like I know roof eaves are allowed to encroach a bit into the setback. But as I'm looking at right now, there seems to be some distance between the the proposed building envelope on the first floor and then the setback looks to be probably about 8 to 10 feet. If we go down to the first floor, and I believe there's a red line, dash line indicating the roof above. Like what are the, like, what are the options there if we were to move that? Like because I recognize you have a very strong datum running through the middle of the house, which if you were to move the second story over, you have to take that datum on the first floor and move it as well, which I assume is not desirable for your design. So without corrupting the design, how much can we actually move the entire house to the other side of the property?
I mean, that's what we attempted to do by moving the house 4 feet away from the setback the first time. The pool's kind of locked in this. It would just make our pool size reduced by shifting the house down. But one thing that our owner wanted is as you come down the driveway to be able to see.
I just answer my question though. How many feet? Like just empirically, how much can we actually, if I want to move your entire house without violating the side yard setback rules, how far can I move you away from Mr. Liskin's property and towards the other property line? Right there.
So like you're talking about the distance between this wall and
yes,
and the setback.
Yes.
I believe it's about 8 to 10 feet. Yeah.
That's not 8 to 10 feet.
now can we do an 8-foot, 10-foot move with the second story? Like we combine the first and or first, because you have a second story roof deck. So I know that some portion of maybe Joe, the planner, can clarify this. What portion of the building is allowed to encroach in the side yard setback, please, for clarification?
So, Josh, your question is what portion of the building can encroach into the side yard setback?
Yes.
Well, I would have to look at the zoning code to see exactly what allowances there are. The zone district is EX1. I'm not sure if there's a variable side yard setback allowed. There are allowances for some encroachment into the side yard setback. But it sounded like there's still 8 to 10 feet additional that could be moved.
Yeah. No.
Okay, well, I think
Correct.
where the research would clarify that. What I've seen from the plans presented today is that if I'm looking at this correctly in the plan I'm looking at now, the exterior wall has somewhere between 8 and 10 feet between it and itself and the setback, and then the dotted red line indicates the roof structure, which is also seems to be a number of feet away from that setback. So if the roof eaves were allowed to be encroaching, then that would increase the move. But the point I think the point's made that there is some room to move that entire house over. And I believe at this point, the proximity issue is going to be a more meaningful concession than a height issue at this point. And I think that, it's up to you, the applicant, and Mr. Liskin to come back and tell us whether or not you've reached some kind of amicable solution. But I think, from my point of view, I'd like to give you guys the opportunity to do that and come back for one more conceptual round. And if you guys haven't resolved it, then we'll resolve it. But I that's where my head's at. I'm just trying to offer solutions.
Yeah, okay, so I think, I think it's time to move on. I think you've heard how the board feels, and it seems like there's a little more wiggle room. And so come back one more time, and it seems like, I think we're all feeling like we appreciate all the efforts that have been made, and a little bit more is going to go a long way. So return for further conceptual when you're ready.
Can we get on to the next agenda? David?
That's Jonathan.
Jonathan, sorry, Jonathan, you're new. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. All right. Thank you for all your input. Let's move on to item number 3. The Miller additions, request of Kirk and Kathy Miller, owners, for further conceptual review and preliminary approval of additions of 882 square feet to the existing residence, new deck, roof, and doors and windows located at 7305 Shepherd Mesa Road in Carpinteria. Last heard March 18th of 2022. Do we have an applicant here or
Yes,
online?
Mr.
Please
Chair.
state your name for the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Brian Banks here, agent for the owner. We also have Kirk Miller here, the owner. We don't have our unfortunately, our landscape designer couldn't make it. He had a death in the family, so we might fumble a bit when we get to the landscape plans, but we are ready to go.
Okay, let me read through the comments from last year briefly, and then I'll turn it over to you for a brief presentation on what changes you've made. SBAR comments: consider stepping addition down with slope, study tower proportions, window and door openings need to be better integrated and consistent with architectural style. Study ways to better integrate foundation vents with the rest of the residents. Study understory to better integrate with the rest of the residents. Look to better anchor deck understory with the house. Study how decks tie in with the pool area below, and provide a landscape plan to soften architecture and integrate house into the site. So when you're ready, we'll try and keep it, to 10 minutes or less. If you
Oh, yes, we hope to be less than that. I think we've we got the list complete here. So Jonathan, if you don't mind, if we can go to page 2 of the PDF, this has been almost a year.
Brian, give
So,
us a second. Jonathan ran out.
Oh, okay.
Haley's gonna give it a shot.
Okay, just for some, it's been almost a year, so I thought we'd just go back to the overall site plan. Well, you can kind of see it here in the plot plan on the first page, but the second page has the expand. There you go. And we actually got a full survey that our planner requested that we do some more survey work. So we did the entire property and all the topos and trees. So you'll see there the areas of the addition to the, yes, exactly. And that actually includes the footprint of the deck and tower, correct. Thank you. And then if we can go to page 7 of the PDF, we'll take you into a closer view of the site plan. The predominant comment as reflected in the minutes was the stepping down and the visibility of the understory on the north. So you'll see here, and you probably don't remember, but we had the previous design had the addition that was proceeding further out to the north, and we've reduced it. Oh, excuse me. We've reduced it by approximately 8 feet and brought it back in. And we lost some square footage, but we made up for some of it here on the west and integrated a little kind of mini tower element. So as a result of that, we got below our 19-foot rural hillside ridgeline height. And so we think that was pretty successful, and you'll see that in the elevations. Actually, if you go to page 4 and 5, we'll probably do the renderings real quick just to close the loop on that pullback of the addition, and you can kind of see it better. There you go. That one's perfect, actually. So the bottom right corner shows what we did. Instead, we had a deck that was coming out on the north side that didn't help with that understory and the massing and the height. So we actually created, as we pulled that back that 8 feet, we removed the deck that was extending off to the north of that addition and created just this like little, I don't know if you call it a Juliet or just this mini balcony. So you get, it's awesome views out there to the north. So from the den, the new addition area, we still get this nice opening and the ability to, open the doors and step out there. And then you can go down, sorry, one more page, and I think you get a different view of it there. Probably the upper left corner is the best view, because that kind of shows what we did to integrate the decks. We had kind of, not a great connection previously, the decks in the pool area. So with some help of Charlie, the landscape designer, we were able to come up with a better layout that integrates with the pool. And of course, we'll see those in the elevations. If you want to go to page 10, we can get back and see the, I'm sorry, you already saw 10. You can keep going down to the roof plan on page 11. You'll see how we integrated the little mini tower element into it. So next page down, there you go. So as I said before, off to the north, we're about 8 feet out with the addition, and then another 4 or 5 feet of deck extended beyond that. So now that's all cleaned up and allowed us to kind of, get a little more deck space on the west as well. And then next you'll go down to existing and proposed elevations. And you can see what we did there. So that's existing. And as you might recall, we have this big understory in the north side there with the vents that were not aesthetically very pleasing. We think we've solved that with our terraced and landscape planters that you'll see on the landscape plan to kind of soften that, especially on the north side there. So if you go to the next sheet, you'll see our proposed, and we'll get back to the door and window comment once we take you through the elevations, but you can see there on the bottom elevation how we've wrapped the deck, and it'll be an integrated, plaster to match the house. And we've got the steps now that better integrate with the existing pool deck. And if you go to the next page, you'll see the other elevations. And these are somewhat stark just because, we don't have the landscape shown per the landscape plan on these, but you'll see that where that little balcony going off on the north side, we've got a planter that'll wrap around that. And we also have a little rock wall to create the bottom side of that planter. Next page, you'll see the sections. And in section 3 was our problem section. We with that 8-foot longer addition, we were peaking up about 2 feet above the recommended 19-foot rural hillside ridgeline height issue. So we pulled it back to comply with that, and that I think helps with that elevation, obviously. We've got a few details just because Alex had the questions about doors and windows, but I think maybe next we just do a quick view of the landscape plan, and then we'll make sure we answer the other more detailed comments. So if you go to the next sheets, you'll see page 18 will have our landscape layout. And essentially what we did is, we took everything that's immediately adjacent to the existing house and the proposed additions, and we integrated it with our landscape treatment here. So you'll see how the deck stairs now have a better relationship, and you walk out from the deck and step down directly to the pool deck. That main northern planter area there under where it says L4, that is the most important one. We think that helps with the screening of the existing understory and the vents. And then as you move further to the west, of course, wrapping around the new deck wall. And then in terms of the tower elements, if we can go back to the renderings on page 4 and 5, I think that will show better how we integrated things and we reworked the tower and the tower roof elements there to kind of better integrate that, probably that view. And then the view on the bottom, there you go, the bottom left shows how we're treating that new entry tower element. So study tower proportions, window and door openings, better integrate with the rest of the residents. We think those are shown there in the renderings and the landscape plan, and the anchoring, and then how the deck ties in. So I think we've captured briefly each of the comments, but of course, we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from the board?
Yeah, what is the existing roofing tile?
I'm going to ask Kirk for help on that, but the existing roof is predominantly S-tile, but we did integrate 2-piece tiles with the traditional lift. And I think, let me see what page, we took a picture of the actual installation. If you go to page 3 of the PDF, then you'll see the photos of the actual condition in the upper left. There you go, if you want to zoom in on that. So Kirk can answer better, but I think the issue was when he got the re-roof, we had to go with a lightweight tile just based on the roof, structure itself. But to answer that concern, and kind of pre-address the
Okay.
concern.
So-
It's got the two piece around the perimeter.
So do you have in your elevations clearly shown what's new and what's existing? I wasn't very, what page would that be?
Let's see here. Let me scroll down. Yeah, so if you go to page 14 on the elevations, we have.
So what, like
So the tower element there in the center of the dotted line. So the tower element in the center is new. And then on the right side of that elevation, that's the master bath bump out.
There's also existing and proposed elevations sheets.
Okay. So
Correct. If you toggle between, you'll see.
Okay, so all right. Good. So that eve detail you inherited, right? Like it looks like a box, a very short eve with a 2x wrapped in plastic. You inherited that detail, right?
Kirk, can you help with that one? I'm not sure.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so the product, just to answer some questions, is a Boral red S tile. It's a lightweight tile because the existing structure is not capable of doing a two-piece. But what we did is we used the Boral two-piece tile as the starter courses to try to simulate that the entire roof was a two-piece tile set.
Okay, got that. I got that. Thanks.
So then the eave detail is strictly a foam detail that goes around that just creates a line that virtually goes around the home with the standard eave tail rakes going up that to kind of ease the depth of it.
And that's on, we have that detail on page 3 of the PDF.
So yeah, I have a hard time figuring out what's new and existing because you're changing all the doors and windows. Am I correct?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
the next page, please. The only
Yeah, you have to go to the door and window schedules to indicate
about the tower and the edge and what we see on the right hand side. Is that correct?
Yeah, so if you're looking at the entry tower, the front door, the top window, the side window, to the right of that window C is currently existing. And then the sliding door is new, the little window next to that, and the H window.
Okay, on the next page, Jonathan. And here what we have is the stairway, right? Like what else is new here on this page?
Okay, so on this page, what's new is on the far left, the J window's new.
Yep.
And then window, I'm having trouble seeing it, but it looks like 14, which is a sliding because the wall is at a skew. But you can see that there's a sliding door, a window, then of course, there you go, the sliding door. Then to the right of that is a window.
Is this is new, right?
Correct. Yes, that's new on the.
That is new.
That one's new. The one's there is new. The little one's next to new, and the big door next to that.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And the photo, just to confuse you more, Alex, the photo that we show there, that's an existing.
So
that's what's
that
existing
photo
there.
is this one right here. Then?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, and you guys had requested on the last go around that perhaps we could do some recess situations, and that's what we considered and did on the front entry. The front door is a wood jamb with a recess. The round window above that also has a recess. The wall is framed as a 12-inch thick wall to actually push the front door and the window above it inside, as well as the window that faces the east in that same entry.
Okay, great.
So those are custom windows and door that are designed to provide that recessed element for that spot.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Raise your hand or step forward. Okay, see no one. Back to the board for comments. Anyone? Yeah, I'm opening it up. Sure.
I'm always last.
That'd be great.
What do you call those little round windows? What's the? Say again? Okay, the Oriole windows on the tower and elsewhere in the project seem to be out of scale or improperly proportioned. So I think those need to be studied. The window on elevation, window K on elevation, sorry, I lost my page. A restudy east elevation number 2, window number K seems a little out of place. The only other comment I have is just I'm kind of struggling with the starkness of the way the house is sited and as it presents as an elevation. So in my mind's eye, if this house had a wainscot around it, I think it would help it make more sense to how it kind of sits, you know, in the grade where you have these variable grades and just kind of split in half. I don't know. Could be done with paint, could be done with a modification in the angle of the plaster, or it could be done with a stone base, or not at all, I guess. But I'm offering that as a suggestion, not a comment. Just something about, you know, there's a simplicity to this house, and then the tower element has kind of a grand kind ofness to it. And then there's another tower, or kind of smaller kind of module on the other side. So there's kind of an elegant tower entry attempt going on here, and then the rest of the house kind of feels a little bit plain and a little bit like out of sync with it, you know. I don't want to really throw around George Washington Smith here, because I don't know if it's even in the same league here, but you know, there's a balancing act in terms of how to present something like this. And it seems like we've got the main quarters, an element that you'd see in a pretty elegant Spanish colonial revival or something. And then it's kind of being slapped on kind of a ultra generic ranch house with a kind of Mediterranean finish package on it. It's just, anyway, it just needs something. I don't know, maybe one of the other board members, but that's just commentary. I don't want that necessarily in the record. I do think the proportions on the Orioles need some
I was
looking.
looking online and the name is incorrect, but I cannot find it. Okay.
The circular window and the study on the window K, I think should be addressed. And
so this is here for concept and prelim. FYI. So other comments, Mr. Peugeot?
Yeah, I agree on the comments on the windows. I think it would be easier and simpler and make more sense just to downplay the tower a little bit, just put a regular square door like all of the other doors, little square window on the other side, on the bottom of the page. Do some kind of window that fits the tower, maybe 2 or 1 large one or something that makes more sense. There are some also this is a new area. You are recessing the windows, but very little. You know, because it's new, you could thicken the walls and have some protection for the door, like you know, a few inches at least. I think the proportions of the spaces are having. Can we go to the next page, Jonathan? The other side of the house. Yeah, maybe the same with those windows. I think square little upper windows. I think they will work better, and it because the house doesn't want, it's a pretty simple house. So if you simplify those details, those windows, those little round windows, make them maybe square. I think it would be it would look better. I don't feel too strongly in the back. It seems like the the tower in the back, it's a little bit out of scale. I mean, if you take that small window, then the tower is too tall for no purpose. I'm a little bit unclear. Maybe the openings can be taller. There's something there that is not totally resolved. But overall, it's it's an improvement of what was here before. So I'll let the rest of the team comment.
Thank you, Mr. Verdiak.
Well, the comment about it being very plain, I think that's a problem with the building. It says the overhangs are clipped, and so it makes it sort of ordinary looking, and what do you do to dress it up since most of it's existing? It seems that it's weird they put the foundation vents up so high. Is that the top of the foundation? Is that that much concrete there? And since they're existing, and what do you do? Do you lower the vents down? That seems like a lot of work for very little gain. There was one. Could we go to the other elevations here? I mean, I was thinking that I saw one side that looked, like they could, extend the window out just to sort of break the ordinary plane, but I can't see it now. Well, I can't seem to find it. I saw it before. I mean, where they have this this little Juliet balcony there is helpful, but I mean, is it the sort of building that you add shutters onto it? It's not really that. I don't know. It needs something, and it's hard to say what it is.
Okay.
Well, anyway, there's a comment that doesn't make a lot of sense.
All right, Mr. Richards.
Can I see your little laser pen? Can we go to page 5 of the renderings? For one, I want to compliment the applicant on kind of pulling together a lot of pieces that were missing in the initial application. Maybe give a few suggestions on the landscape and kind of the treatment on around the pool. You can zoom in on the bottom left image there. On the bottom left one. So maybe there's an opportunity to get some taller planting in here to kind of work with what's this kind of like blank wall on your house. I didn't see any plants that kind of give that vertical type of feeling on the plant list, at least in that location. I mean, maybe if you want to use another tree aloes or some palm trees or something, you're bringing in what looks like these stone steps. Maybe there's opportunity to bring like a stone cap on your walls here. That might help to bring a little hierarchy to what's happening. Also, the detailing of this railing is kind of goofy. I understand somebody probably just rendered it for you however they want to, but you could detail this thing that might help to bring in a little bit of styling in a way. You don't want all these small little vertical pieces coming out of the wall, most likely. Those were just some ideas on how you could potentially clean up the back of the pool area, but I don't think it makes a big impact to the neighborhood or anything. I'm just trying to give some advice on your project.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
I agree with Robert's comments. I think generally the planting plan is appropriate, and I think we both noticed this wall. I think it could be as simple as just having a different plaster color or a different or a material change for this wall and the faces of the terrace, just to give a grounding effect to the.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I don't really have much to add. I agree with those comments. I do think the one thing that landed with me was, I think what Josh mentioned, some kind of a wainscot or something around on the lower portions and also, yeah, stone cap or even stone wall, and resolving the staircase as was just pointed out. Any last
And just notice
comment?
I think if I understand, the pool deck and associated elevation is, that's north facing, but you would think a house like this would have some kind of wood trellis somewhere to protect from the sun, not necessarily on the pool deck, but in the upper deck or and I think just, something we could think about.
Okay, so yeah, we're here. Yeah, again, concept prelim. Upper right. Your other left.
Yeah, this is what I was mentioning about the windows. I mean, like, I'm not sure what the purpose of the tower is. Either these openings go up, or maybe, I don't know, there's something awkward and all this empty space on the tower. It just seems like the windows all line up, but the roof does not. So anyway, that.
Okay, so again, here for concept prelim, does somebody want to make a motion? Or Joe, do you need clarification on the comments? They were kind of all over the place. No offense to their board members.
I think I have a pretty good idea of the comments. Like, if you'd like, I can read them back to you, but it's up to you.
If you got it, we have, yeah, I want to move on here. So if
We
you
can move on.
got it.
You could also add a trellis over the garage doors, just 2 feet.
Mr. Chair,
Just to break up these planes here.
Mr. Chair, just to help Alex's comment, we were looking at west elevation 1. We're looking at the proposed tower elevation, and for Joe, it's window 14 labeled, and then there's another label D on the west elevation, drawing number 1 on sheet A 3.2, and that in the architectural renderings show a circular window above it, and then the rendering that Alex is pointing to doesn't. And seems to be some confusion about these details here and then that detail there too. So you see what I'm looking at here, Alex, right here. I don't know what's going on there, but
I think with some of the comments can remain. I think we need to move on. It seems like overall it's a small addition. The applicant is making some movement forward. I would be willing to move for preliminary with a comment. Some of the comments to remain. I think like C. We're talking about the wainscot. That seems like the easiest. To paint the wainscot in the back or do some. I will leave it as study ways to better integrate foundation vents with rest of residents. That's number C to remain. And it was suggested to use a wainscot to address that. I think it's C and D. It's also called a study understory, which is the same thing. See, and
so let's add vents and understory to
Yeah.
that comment. I have one comment there.
I think consider a trellis over the raised deck.
Okay, so let's add that. And then study window and door openings to be on the towers to be consistent to the simple style of the architecture. And consider adding landscape elements. They were mentioned. A few were mentioned.
Vertical landscape elements on the.
Okay, add vertical
north.
element. Add vertical landscape elements, meaning trees, I guess, right?
No, well, in the planter adjacent to the pool,
In the plant adjacent to the pool.
consider a stone cap on top of that wall and resolve the railing detail.
So I think we could, Mr. Chair, I think we could satisfy that by say return with full detail package of exterior
Okay, so we-
the board appreciates the mission tile edge at the eaves to improve the S-tile look.
okay, so is there a motion then?
Well,
Yes, I was that motion.
I would support a preliminary approval today if it came back for full board with for a final. I don't feel comfortable with this going to consent.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion for preliminary approval and to return for final in front of full board. And we have a second from Josh, right?
I'll second it.
Come on. All right. Second from Robert. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all. We got the comments. Thank you for recapping those. We'll get started on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna try to get through item number 4 here and hopefully have time for 5 and 6 because we have a lot of people here in the audience. So item number 4 is the Radis Cannabis Retail Storefront request of Edward DeVicente, agent for Mayor Radis, for further conceptual review of a cannabis storefront detail located at 3823 Santa Claus Lane, last heard February 18th of last year. And I see Edward is here with us today. We have 2 comments from the previous meeting. Consider different ground cover for raised planters if to be used for seating, and B, architectural improvements to existing structure are acceptable. Mr. DeVicente, do you want to walk us through any changes that were made briefly?
Certainly. Good morning, Chair and fellow board members. But before we do that, I do have our landscape architect here. It's one of my duplicative names, probably. We'll get him here to address the comment in a moment. But it's been a year. If we could pull up the plans, and I'll just go page by page and highlight things that have changed. And the project went to the zoning administrator and was appealed. It went to the planning commission, was approved and appealed. It went to the board of supervisors and was approved. And then it was appealed to the coastal commission, who granted they approved the project. We'll say that. So we've run the gauntlet, and through that process, what's important for you all to know is the project design did not change. So what we have today is basically the completion of the package for final. We have the material board and details, as well as we did add mechanical units. Now that we started engineering, we added some condensers to get split systems to get heating and air conditioning into the building. So as you've seen before, this is just the existing structure. Again, it's a minor remodel to that. Nothing really here to highlight that you haven't seen before. Next page.
Yeah.
Here again, just to remind you, so this is the portion of the structure that the dispensary will fill in. It's an existing retail space. There's some minor door and window changes. And again, the HVAC units, which we'll show you in the roof plan. Next page.
Let's just get right to the changes because
let's do it.
We've seen this a lot and we're happy with it. And
excellent. Happy to do so.
And we're only here for conceptual also, so we won't be able to get an approval today, right?
Let's check the agenda again. We should be on for preliminary final.
Oh, well, okay, it says further conceptual at the top. And then at the bottom, it says project can return for preliminary final. So I need to read that.
Yeah, the agenda I have says something different.
The board members agenda. Anyway, hopefully I'm wrong.
Hey, Jonathan, can you confirm what the agenda was that was sent out?
Okay, good. Well, that's good news then. Sorry. Yeah.
No, but thank you for pointing that out. Yes, we're certainly here for preliminary final. Okay, so let's keep going. Next page. Next page. Nothing to see here. Just keep rolling. Okay. Next page.
Abandoned ship.
Next page. We'll just keep going past all the civil.
While you're calling out the pages, Ed, can you just tell us what's changed? Narrate that for us. I know we have one comment here, consider different ground cover for raised planters if to be used for seating.
Yes.
Yeah,
we
I
have
can,
that on the
I can
landscape
chime in.
page.
Sam Maphis here, landscape architect.
Oh, thank you, Sam, for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome. So really, I think the concern that you guys had was that center planter, and there's a landscape plan in the latter part of the set. It's colored, so it should pop out pretty easily. I don't know what the PDF number is, but
So is that going to be used for seating?
you know, really, Josh, it's not, because we have benches next to it, but if someone
Okay.
leans on it, the
Page
intent-
19.
If you
The
have
intent-
benches next to it, then I think it nullifies the comment. Comment
Yeah.
was if it's for seating, use ground cover. So if it's not
We-
for seating, then
Yeah,
whatever's in
we,
it should be
we
fine.
had Frocrea, which was kind of a big specimen in the middle, and I think there was
That's fine.
concern about that, but the Lamandra is already there. It's around the edge. I wanted to soften the top of the wall, and then there's two benches on either side, east and west.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're really concerned about it. It's not meant to be a bench. It's meant to be kind of just a centerpiece that really is a focal point.
Okay.
We
got it.
changed the center plant to design
Got it.
Cordyline electric pink, which is much softer and floppier. So I think it'll be fine as a focal point and not a concern. That's it.
Thanks, Sam.
Presentation time may be over. Sorry, you just had to be here, Sam. You just had to show us what has
Page
changed.
22.
What has changed?
We'll jump right to that. It's just that I want to show you the outdoor condensers.
Okay, so
Thank you for pushing us along.
well, kind of assuming that oh, never mind. So what has changed, Ed?
We've added a couple of HVAC split outdoor units here as well as here. And if we go to the next page, you could see how they look in the
And
elevation.
you've had them screened, and those were all presented in your previous
No.
appeal presentation.
No, these are the new elements. So here you can see kind of far back.
Uh-huh.
This isn't a deeper well. Here we tucked it against the building. It's not as deep of a well. Their units are 3 to 4 feet tall. So
Do you have those in your detail package in terms of, or in section that show how they're actually constructed?
no, we don't have a section for the well areas on these.
Okay, what's the proposal for screening those?
Well, so this is what I wanted. They're pretty far back, so you're not really going to see them. Now, if the board does want to see screening, we could come up with a simple screen that just has a board and ballot, a board and batten look to it. So it would just look like part of the building.
All right, let's see where that goes, but I'm looking at one of the building sections on proposed east elevation number 3 on sheet A201. Is that what we're looking at there, the units?
Can we
Drawing-
turn to that?
It's drawing number 3, Jonathan, on A201, A201. Page 23 of the PDF package. There it is, right there. Are those the packaged units right there?
They're the outdoor units for a split system.
Right. So you're basically saying that the position of them and how deep they are into the roof assembly or the roof plan, so to speak, they're just not, the angle proposed from the street and from the sidewalk, you can't see them. That what we're saying?
They're pretty minimalist. The ones on the other side, certainly, they're farther back and then they're in a deeper well.
Right, so there's 2 of them, they're right next to a 2-story structure, so they're
Correct.
obviously screened pretty well by that.
Correct.
And then there's 2 there on the east property line.
Correct.
They're pretty well tucked in. So is it your opinion that they need additional screening other than the way you've placed them?
I don't think so. We could certainly mitigate it once we get them in there. It's pretty simple to do during construction.
All right.
Everything else is just
We're just kind
details.
of finishing up the presentation piece of this. So if you want to move us forward, Chris.
Okay, anything else?
All the details are in the package. The material board is at the final 2 sheets. It's all in there. Happy to answer questions over any of it if the board's interested in looking more closely. But those are the changes.
Great, thank you.
The materials at the bottom, yeah.
On the second to last page, page 28. It's pretty simple. We've got the lighting fixtures you saw last time. And the whole lighting plans in there, if you wanted to go back over that. The white is just a Sherman-Williams to match the white that's existing. The semi-transparent wood chip stain for the fencing and the trash enclosure elements. The door and windows are just aluminum clad white that we're replacing. The next page has the other components. Next page. It's really the bike hoops. We've got spec sheets on the safety film going over the glass. It's a clear film, which the board requested. And then the final item, we have a little metal fence piece. If you recall, on the east side, we have a block wall along the, partially on our site and partially on the neighbors. And so we have a component where we're relocating the entry gate that we have to close it off on our property. So this is our proposed steel, which will just get painted a rusted color to match those existing gates that were from the original Lobster Town. And that's what we've got.
Great. Okay, let's move on. Questions from the board? No questions. Go ahead.
Is there a rationale for not having any details for your new planter?
That's a Sam question. Are you there, Sam?
It's a board form concrete 18-inch high raised planter. Remember Josh, so.
Okay, good. Is that in the drawings? Is that
it's on the landscape plan and it calls it
written that way?
out. So
Yeah,
since
okay.
it's so low, we didn't really put together a section of that, but I think we can achieve that quite easily.
Yeah, I think as long as it's labeled that way, it's fine.
It's labeled that way, yes, in the centerpiece.
Okay, other questions? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please step forward or raise your hand if you're online. Okay, see no hands and no one stepping forward. So back to the board for comments. Anyone? Or does someone want to make a motion? Or do we want to just sit here?
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
Okay, first and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And
Thank you.
Chair, the previous item, the round windows are Oculus windows.
Oculus.
Expanding our
Thank you,
architectural
Mr.
encyclopedia.
All right, moving on. Item number 5, the Tatman new residence A, request of Kevin Moore. Are they here? I haven't seen Kevin. Okay. Someone here for that? Okay.
Yes.
Read all
we're
this
here.
and find out.
Is Kevin on the call?
Okay. Is Kyle online? Okay.
I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, I just wanted to make sure that I don't want to read through all this and there's a lot of people here for this, so, okay, so here we go. Number 5, request of Kevin Moore, agent for Taylor Tatman for further conceptual review and preliminary approval of a new residence of 3,981 square feet located at 1189 Edgemount Drive, last heard December 16th of 2022. And I'll go ahead and read through the comments. Mass, bulk, and scale of the individual residence is acceptable. Project contrasts in style with adjacent proposed residence. Study additional ways to differentiate between residences with materials. Some members believe additional space between the two residences is necessary to introduce more landscaping and screening around buildings as appropriate for high fire hazard area. Study opportunities to further soften buildings, increase overhangs to help break up facade and alleviate issues with light spillage. Board appreciates flat roof on garage to lower profile. Study details or finishes to enhance visual character. Landscape plan will be critical. Study placement of large screening trees and plantings to add screening and stabilize slope as appropriate for high fire hazard area. Kyle, whenever you're ready, give us a brief synopsis of the changes that have been made.
Certainly, and I would also like to point out that Kevin will be arriving in person shortly, and that we also have Amy in person there, who is working with us on regarding the landscaping and which reflects a lot of the issues that you guys had mentioned previously.
Okay.
So yeah, if we can go down a couple pages, I believe. Or I guess we'll start, yeah, with the next page. You know, we're working with our civil, getting all of the requirements for the drives and such. And then on our fourth page, we will come to our landscape plan.
Just by the way, Kevin Moore has just arrived.
Okay, great. Then I will let Kevin take it over.
Architect, sorry.
Yeah, but you just started a minute ago, so you're. You got 5 minutes.
There we go. All right, so parcel 1, you can see we've taken it to the next level with our conceptual grading plan and landscape plan. So while we're on the architectural side, let's scroll down to the elevations. We could.
The elevations will be towards the end of the set.
There we go. Looks like page 12. So what we've done is we've further developed these to depict the colors and the material choices made. There were some comments last time that perhaps a sandstone base might be appropriate. So we've added that along the, I guess, southern corner of the house. And we've gone with a sort of a richer wood color for the horizontal siding. And we have a kind of a warm plaster. It's similar to the sandstone, but just a touch lighter. And the gray metal standing seam metal roof as well. We've extended the eaves. That was one of the comments from last time, that those have been extended out to the extent we can. That'll shade that glass, and I think gives it a better appearance overall as well. In the site plan, I think if we go back up to let's keep going up. So you can see we have, okay. We do not have the correct grading plan, but the only thing that's been tweaked is the driveway. Which also doesn't look like it was updated as well in this particular plan set. I don't know. We did provide updated plan sets. Yeah.
Is this the one that had now sort of almost a circular driveway? Or is that the other one? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So this is not the current set, is that what you're?
I don't believe this has the circular. Okay. So we're okay. Right. This is the updated. Okay. So let's look at this. And if we could zoom in on that plan. There were some concerns about that we've addressed with our civil engineer on the driveway slope. So that now works well for access for cars. The civil drawings do show a conceptual drainage and grading plan, and all of the water runoff is captured into essentially retention basins closer to the bottom of the slope. So we've addressed that concern. Why don't, Amy, do you want to go through the landscape?
So with regard to the landscape plan for this parcel, obviously, there's a lot of concern about the visual impact of the residents from the downslope side. So we've incorporated some coast live oaks as possible along that side while still complying with city fire codes and staying at least 15 feet away from the building. So I've tried to get those upslope as possible, but still maintaining that corridor for fire safety. We've incorporated planting against the house to try to, again, pull that down into the landscape and give it some sort of visual screening from across the valley there. We've got a number of drought tolerant, fire resistant plant material that are going in. There's some toyon specified, some Carissa, Macrocarpa, ground cover, agaves, and some tall aloes to kind of give some visual interest. It would seem to me that this garden is going to be enjoyed mostly from above, so you'll be looking down into it more than anything else. We do have a stone path system to take you around that will have a definite elevation change as it goes down into that lower portion of the property and then back up. We've got ligustrum proposed on either side of the residence to provide screening for neighboring structures on either side. And at the entry, we've got an olive tree and a sweep of Senecio, Portulacaria, and some Phormiums, and a little bit of Arctostaphylos ground cover to kind of round out the palette.
Okay, and other than that, there haven't been any plan changes. It's really just been the elevations that have been further developed and the addition of the landscape plan. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Questions?
I have a question. Kevin, you mentioned that the eaves are as long as they can. What's the limit? How long are they and what's the limitation?
So let me borrow that pointer again.
You go to elevation page.
Sure this works. Oh, there it is. Got it. So our limitations are on these corners right here. This is where we're touching the side yard setback with these corners here. And we can only project into that side yard 3'6", I believe is
So the eaves are 3'6".
No, Kyle, if you're still on, can you clarify what the eaves are, the dimensions?
They were not per se specific to both sites. I'm trying to remember which one was which. But because it was based off of the side setback there, which is a diagonal, we were able to get somewhere around the
I think it's 24 inches, Kyle. I think
okay.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, good enough.
Other questions?
I have just a quick question. Can you speak how the new oak trees work with the eucalyptus trees? Is that, are they kind of just gonna be planted right next to each other?
I think it's my understanding that many of the eucalyptus trees are proposed to be removed or already
Oh, okay.
removed.
Sorry, I saw them on the planning plan. I wasn't clear. That was. Yeah.
There was one cluster pointed out. I believe that has been removed.
Yeah, there's a cluster at the very bottom, I think, of the parcel, but it's small.
Cool. Thank you.
And again, for fire safety, I think it's good to get those out of there.
No, I think that makes sense.
Okay. Scrub, question?
That leads me to a question, because it says that there's an existing cluster in the southeast corner. If that is gonna be removed, it might be, well, then I'll have a comment, but I guess my question is still. Okay.
Would it be possible to add?
Oh, different one, further down into the corner by your. Oh, yeah, those should be. So I'll just say it, I guess, phrase my comment is the question. since a lot of the views to this property are across that kind of going, I guess, do you feel that you have space to make a cluster of oaks if we can start going away in that corner, since this is the furthest one from the structures?
I do think so, but at that point, you're getting far enough down the slope. I don't know that they'd be as effective as screening because you're getting so low with that canopy that it's not gonna really do much to impact the impact of the structure. But we could certainly consider it.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, on to our public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? I have just a few speaker slips. So let's get to it. Amy Michelson, 2 minutes. I'm gonna be strict with these 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us. And we're back again because we are standing for the beautiful architecture of Santa Barbara and the rural character of Mission Canyon. And I truly believe that Santa Barbara is the gem that it is because of you and what you have stood up for and the precedent that you have set for us. Jonathan, okay, this horrible dystopian picture below is what we are trying to avoid. It is our position that these houses are not up to the standard of Santa Barbara architecture, which is beautiful and tasteful and world class. And that's what we've been asking for. The statement of the SBAR on the website says the Board of Supervisors finds that inappropriateness or poor quality of design in the exterior appearance of buildings or structures adversely affect the desirability of the immediate area and neighboring areas for residential, business, or other purposes. And by so doing impairs the benefits of occupancy of existing property in such areas. It is the purpose of the Board of Architectural Review to prevent these and other harmful effects of such exterior appearance of buildings or structures erected in any neighborhood or on any site subjected to architectural review, and thus to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the county. So I just asked you all to listen to our comments with your credo in mind, that our safety issues are part of the design plan. And we stand really strongly that our wish is that we honor the beauty of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Well timed. All right, Sherilyn Milton.
Hi, Jonathan, I sent you pictures with the four. Yeah. Sherilyn Milton, 2622 Montrose. And I think it's really fun that they make your room really hot and they do construction at the same time. It's like, bring it on. And I'm a general contractor and a designer. And these are by the same architect, and you can see they're all very different. It's the same architect that was approved for a lot at 2631 Montrose. I am pro building, I am pro development, but I want it to be respectful and resourceful for our very rural area. So these are so different, and I don't mind the difference. In fact, our whole neighborhood is totally eclectic, and that's one of its charms. And the proposed two buildings look so similar and so ginormous to me. It just doesn't work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Joe Istrin.
Hello, I'm Joe Istrin, 2624 Montrose, and I brought up before about the size of the house, particularly on 1189. The usable space of that lot is 7,200 feet, and they're proposing close to 4,000 square feet total, including the garage. So it's not compatible with what's already in the neighborhood. But I also wanted to bring up about the fire. I know your purview is not fire safety, but the fire department does require either a turnaround circular or a hammerhead. I think those need to be incorporated into the design so we can, because they do impact how things will look. So while you don't approve fire safety, those should be on the plans and we should be able to see them. And the current driveways with their slopes exceed the 5% that the fire department requires for their turnarounds. Also, the two houses with the large eaves, the setback between the houses has been reduced to only 8 feet. And with those eaves extending into that setback makes them look like more of a monolith. Some of the comments we received from the story polls of people walking by our house was they thought a motel was going in. So again, I think it needs to be addressed is how to separate those buildings. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gerald Golden.
Morning, Gerald Golden, 2626 Montrose. I'd like to address scalability, the scale of the houses. Per the Mission Canyon County Plan, development shall be sited, designed, and scaled to be compatible with neighborhood character, to protect the visual resources and to respect site constraints such as the steep slopes. The square footage of the proposed residences in relation to lot size is not keeping with the neighborhood. There are other homes that are a similar size to what's being proposed, but they are on much larger lots. One of the neighbors did an analysis of the surrounding lots versus structure size. The average lot versus structure size in the neighborhood is 15.89%. The Tateman's proposed residences are 37.6% and 24% respectively. The style, design, and the size of the proposed Tateman residences is really out of context for Mission Canyon. It sets a bad precedence for future development in the canyon, and we're very concerned about that. We're simply asking for thoughtful and respectful development, which the proposed Tateman residences we believe don't reflect. We, the neighborhood, respectfully suggest the possibility of combining the two lots and building one beautiful home, or at least reducing the size of both homes to be around 16%. That would be similar to respectively the other homes that are in the neighborhood. So thank you for the opportunity to address the panel. I do have, if you'd like to take a look at all the surrounding structures and the lot size, I'm happy to share this.
Okay, hand it down to the end there. Okay, Kevin Snow.
Good morning, Kevin Snow at 980 Torno Road. And I was a member of the Mission Canyon Association group that put together the Mission Canyon Community Plan and the design guidelines. And we were fully aware at the time that there were very few buildable lots still left in Mission Canyon. Now, it took 3 years of public meetings and 2 more years of bureaucratic process to get this approved. And so it's apparent that the community was very much involved in preserving the rural quality of the Mission Canyon, but also of architectural integrity when development does occur. Now, these 2 lots have been vacant for a long time for a reason, because they're very challenging to build on. And they demand some serious architecture to meet the demands, not only of the neighborhood, but of the hillside itself. And, you know, I think it's pretty apparent that that boxy structure there, or both of them actually, simply do not fit and loom over the neighbor and just represent an obstruction, and everything that the Mission Canyon design guidelines actually encourage us to avoid. So I'm hopeful that your committee will honor that work that's been done, the community belief and spirit for what we want in Mission Canyon. And I hope that this project can be redesigned in a more meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you. Judith Rubenstein.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Judith Rubenstein. I live at 2629 Montrose Place in Mission Canyon. I'm a mediator therapist and a former attorney, and I'm on the board of Friends of Mission Canyon, whose chair is Mark Shatillo, land use attorney. As Amy pointed out, the part of the credo of the Architectural Review Board is the health and safety of, and the general welfare of the county. And referring to the Mission County Community Plan, page 112.3, it calls for any property that is greater than a 30% slope needs to have some kind of geological investigation. And first of all, I don't understand why these are being allowed to be built on this slope, which is greater than 30%. The second issue is the drainage problem, the runoff. As you know, the parcels below this Tapman property were severely damaged in 1995, and the owners of that property have appeared, the Remys have appeared before you before. And they just said that there was a drainage plan, but those drainage plans do not appear on the plans that we, the neighbors, have seen so far. So I would say that the drainage plan needs to be on the plan so that we can see it. It's also what needs to be pointed out is those who develop property on a slope, which will affect the flow of water, are responsible for any consequences below. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kathleen Remy.
Thank you. 1110 Palomino Road. The house directly below the proposed building sites. One of the steps in the design of a new house is to understand the project's relationship to the neighborhood, a way a house relates to adjacent houses, natural features, landscaping, a way the house is visually characterized, the scale of other houses, landscaping, and features. The design guidelines rely on the neighborhood to give direction and to give guidelines, to keep in with the sameness of it. And I would ask that our house, or our houses, in context with the proposed building, include plans. I'd love to see my house in one of those pictures so that I see size and scale, I see how close it is, I see how it relates. I realize that we've had story polls and I appreciate that, but for me, they just poked up over a whole bunch of trees. So I saw the tops of them, but that's not the story. The story is that will be wiped out and I will be seeing a retaining wall, a house with basically colored stucco as far as I can tell. So I would really like to see us in the plans of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay, just fill out a speaker slip afterwards and give it to Jonathan if you would.
Tim Remy, I'm a lot below Kathleen's husband. A couple of things. The first one was pretty much the drainage plans, which hopefully Taylor and I can work together to get something going so we don't have any problems. Because in the last 2 storms, we've had like 5 foot wide, 5 foot deep gullies coming down for that property. So we need to work on that. And the other thing, I don't know, was it Lisa said about the landscaping? That all the eucalyptus trees have been taken down and there is some down below. Hopefully not going to touch those until we figure out where those are. And did you say you were going to cut some more down or?
I can clarify. I can clarify.
All right, well, we just got to get up there and figure out the property
Cut
line.
down the dangerous ones. The
Yeah.
immediate.
Hey, I just don't want to cut down trees on my property that hold the hill together.
This
is
not
a discussion. If you have
What you speak to the chairman and the chairman speaks to them.
Okay,
That's
well,
that's
that's
how
it.
we keep people from getting in fights in here. So let's just keep order, okay?
I just want to make sure trees not cut down on our property that hold the soil together, because then it'll be a worse situation. The whole hill would come down. So that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this item? either here or online? Okay, see no one. Back to the board then for comments.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I can get some clarification on the agendas, because I see what some of the speakers mentioned in terms of sizes of structures and lots, and what's agendized is different. What is the on this item, what is the square footage that you propose? Here it says 3,981.
If you go to the cover sheet, it's broken down.
No, but in the agenda should be, is it 3,440? Is that it? Which one is it?
The cover sheet is accurate.
Okay, so but it should be agendized with the with the right square footage. Okay.
We did submit the plans, and I suppose the agenda should be updated based on the plans, correct?
Yeah. Okay, very good.
So let's zoom in and find out.
Right.
Yeah, but it's different from what I
Still
see on the.
A little further. maybe.
So
Can we see this?
Zoom
we
in.
have the total net area is 3208 square footage.
No, gross, so
And then the gross area right next to it is 3389.
3389, okay.
Plus the garage.
Oh, plus the garage, and the garage is
So the gross area of the garage is 522. And
522.
the net area is 480.
Okay, Alex.
Okay, so we're talking about 3811, is that right? One. Okay, so it's on the order of 3,800 square feet or so. Okay, got it. And the lot is 0.2 acres. Is that, has it changed?
The lot is still 9,011 square feet.
Okay, great. 9,000. Okay. No, that's the second, that's the other lot. That's the other lot.
So we're comments. Mr. Verdiak, you want to start us off with your comments, or anyone?
No, I have no
Okay,
comment at this time.
Ms. Frusher.
I was one of the board members that felt that the houses should be further apart so that there would be the ability to landscape more, and I still think that. I also think, looking at the elevations, that the walls are reading very flat, and I don't know how recessed your windows are, but there's a lot of unbroken facade that is going to hold forth in the canyon. And I think that's unfortunate. And I also think that because the buildings are so, well, this building is so close to the setback, that the idea of having bigger eaves becomes problematic, because then it almost touches the building next to it. But bigger eaves would help this, like 3-foot eaves would help this. But it doesn't work if you're right on the setback. So I'm struggling with the kind of the flat faces coming down the canyon on this, the fact that it's so close to the property line, that there's not enough room to put more screening, and that the idea of bigger eaves is not very applicable when the buildings are so close together. That's.
Okay, Mr. Pujol.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. As far as eaves, also on the south, they could be different from on the east and west. You know, there's some other type of sun protection. I like the materials. I like how the building has evolved. I like the quality of the materials. I do agree that they do have flat facades, and so in some cases they are pretty tall. Maybe there's some minor variations of cantilevers or something like that might soften that look. I like the sandstone at the bottom, that works. maybe that's where a 1 foot cantilever could really set it up more apart, make it look smaller than it is. I think longer eaves will help, especially on the south. And I do think that this on the large side, because of the way it has minimum setbacks on the sides, but it's a well-designed project.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
So I'll speak to the landscape plan. I think the plant palette for the front yard is generally acceptable. And in the backyard, I appreciate some of the natives you did incorporate, like the toyon into the corner. But I think the ligustrum is it could be acceptable between the structures, but as you transition further down the slope, I think it would be nice to loosen it up into natives, like larger scale native shrubs that can have a more natural effect to knit into the broader landscape. Same with the Rhaphilepis umbellata minor. I think it's acceptable up closer to the house, but then that's just an example, but those types of shrubs that are a little tighter and not as native or similar to natives, I think I would try to transition more to natives as you get further from the structure down the slope. And then also paying a lot of attention to shrubs that are gonna provide a lot of slope stability. So looking at spacing and things like that as well. I would, even though a cluster of oaks in that lower corner won't necessarily screen the house, I think it's maybe, in my opinion, just as important to ground the structure on the site with such a steep slope. So I would recommend studying the opportunity to cluster in some oaks there. It also will break up that line. Otherwise they become a line because you're having to hold the trees off the structure. So it gives it a more natural effect along the broader view.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
I see your little laser. Yeah, I agree that the native planting concept down on the slope works well. And then I think there's maybe a missed opportunity to bring in like a little stairway or something to connect this bottom level to the landscape down here. To me, and I understand you're on a steep hill and maybe this is no man's land and nobody's gonna go down there, but isn't there a deck at the lower level there?
It's elevated. Great.
Yeah, I understand it's above grade, but just throwing out the idea that you could have a stairwell coming from your deck down to the, you know, if you had a kid or something that wanted to come down and play on the slope, they're gonna come all the way down around the side of the house. So I'm saying there might be the opportunity to connect the bottom level of the house to the slope down there. Whether or not you want to do that, I'm just suggesting that you could do that. And along with that, this is just kind of like a pathway through planting, and I'm just saying maybe somebody would want to use this property for something more than a pathway. I understand it's a very steep slope, but maybe you could have a little landing there and it could be an area where your dog could play or something. I mean, anyhow, the planting palette is nice and I think generally appropriate. And I think this, what Kaylee's picking up, this long run of one hedge material, maybe you could mix it up a little bit with some of your other, like you got the toyon, maybe pop a few toyon into other spots here, just so it doesn't seem like it's a linear hedge.
Okay,
I'm in support of the architecture though. I think it's great.
thank you. Mr. Bloomer.
So just reading from the comments from the last meeting, items A and B, mass bulk and scale of visual residence is acceptable. I don't think anything's changed there. The board already weighed in on that. And then project contrast and style with the adjacent proposed residence. The board weighed in on that last meeting. So those are settled issues, I think. Study additional ways to differentiate between the residence with materials. So I'm pretty satisfied with the applicant's choices of materials. Option D kind of relates to that. I think the materials chosen soften the building nicely. I don't have any further opinion about item C about the distance between the buildings, other than I
support the landscape comments about the repetitive nature of the boundary line plantings and hedging. I'd like to see more variation in those as the landscape architects have suggested. Item E, the overhangs, I don't have any problem with the current proposal. I think they're well detailed. Board appreciates the flat roof on the garage. I was the one that brought up studying details of finishes to enhance the visual character. I've been kind of looking at how the garage and the entry relate to one another and the stepping with all the landscaping. I think I could rescind that comment. I now am kind of comfortable with your proposal of just kind of a simple elevation with a garage door and just directing more attention to the front entry and the landscaping approach, which I think are well done. So landscape plan, I said last time, would be critical, and it looks like you've done a nice job with that. So my overarching comment is that the applicant has responded to our previous comments in an adequate fashion, and I'm supportive of the project moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bloomer. Right, I don't have much more to add. I did want to get some clarification as well. There's the pointer for the stone step going down. Are those steps? It just kind of looks like a flagstone path all the way around. So a big slab. Okay. Okay, just wanted to make sure we understood the elevation there. So I think one of the things that I'm having a little trouble with, I think before we had the landscape plans, the idea from the applicant and all of us thought, oh, we'll just put a bunch of trees up in between these two houses and it'll make them feel separate, but you can't do that, which, you know, it was my estimation at the time. So we don't have that separation here because it doesn't jive with the high fire. So that's kind of where I'm having a little bit of trouble. I mean, nothing was based on seeing our comments from the last time. We weren't pushing maybe hard enough to get some, you know, in lieu of not having trees to help that separation. I'd still like to see a reduction in either the width of the house or, you know, some square footage. I mean, it's a very large house on a very small property on a hillside with 2-story unbroken planes, and we usually don't allow that. So I would encourage some stepping back of the second story, and whatever other ways, which may give you those deeper overhangs that would help the whole project. So I'm having a little trouble with it, but you know, overall, I like the style. The architectural style is nice. The landscape looks fine. You know, plant material choices are good. So we'll see where we land here.
Is it possible to address those comments?
Sure, I'll give you a minute. Yeah.
Okay. Could we go back up to that rendered site plan with both houses on it? Yeah, on the cover sheet there. Sheet 1,
first page.
So I certainly understand the comment and the concern about these houses reading as one. I think is that one of the issues potentially, or
not for me. I mean, I think if you vary the materiality like we've talked about, it's not going to look like one house. It does look like a rather significant development side by side without much separation.
I would then direct you to that sheet. Go back to the sheets, please. Could I see the index, please? Those. Keep scrolling down. There is an image. I think it's on sheet 6, or no, sorry, sheet 8. So I think what we're proposing is already very common in the neighborhood. If you look down here at the bottom of the sheet.
Scroll in,
down
slide down
here,
a little bit.
Please scroll down. This is the existing condition. The houses are next to each other. this, it certainly varies, but it's certainly not a vast difference in between these houses. So I think to ask us to continue to reduce the overall size of the house when we are up against the right of way setback, we're up against the slope issues, we're up against the height, overall height that we're allowed. That requires the house to get wider in order to get the program to fit. And we've done, and unfortunately, the elevations are not coming across, but there's a lot of articulation in this house. There's only two, I believe there's only two faces that have two-story elements to them. Everything else is broken up either with an overhang or an offset. So I think we've done what we can to address the board's comments from last time. And I would respectfully ask for a preliminary design review approval.
Okay, great. All right, so we have comments here. We are here for concept and prelim. And I'll entertain a motion if someone has anything. I think part of what bothers me about the proximity is that it is on such a steep slope. And if these were flat properties, and that's fine there, that they're close, but
all on steep slopes.
Yeah, but not as steep. Yeah, I'm asking for a motion. You can.
Yeah, I'll make the motion for preliminary approval with comments, right, today, come back on the full board for final.
Okay. So Joe, do you want to tell us what you have so we can fine tune?
Yeah, I think I need some clarification on a couple comments, particularly if we're going to be granting preliminary approval. So I have that the mass bulk and scale is acceptable, but then I have two comments that seem to not be the feeling of the whole board. So I have some members believe the applicant has responded appropriately to previous comments. And then a follow-up to that is some members still believe additional space between the two residences is necessary to introduce more landscaping and screening around buildings as appropriate for high fire hazard area. And then I have step back second story.
So Mr. Chair, my motion would not include any comment to require the applicant to improve or increase space between the buildings, or nor would it address the landscaping comment that kind of combines with that, right? What I heard is there's a desire to request the applicant to separate the buildings further and create more landscape between the two. So, and then the other was,
it wasn't to create more land. Well,
the other was, and then the other comment was to step the building back. So my motion is to approve the project as currently cited, and with the mass bulk and scale and square footage, the orientations, layout sections, all as they are.
Josh, with your motion, my comment on the, like,
Yes, I think one of the comments I think that I heard today was to improve the property line plantings, create more variation in and eliminate the
linear
hedge and break it up. So yes, I would include that as a comment in my motion. My proposed motion in draft format at the moment.
can I add to the draft?
Please.
But, just include my whole comment, adding the additional study, the addition of the folks in the corner, to reduce the linearity of the landing. And include more native and plants in the lower portions.
Are you getting that, Joe?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing Kaylee.
Sorry,
Oh,
Joe, I've
because your
forgot to turn on
microphone's
my mic.
Oh, there we go, much better.
You may have already written down the comment, but the comment I made about studying the addition of a couple more oaks to the south east corner to soften the linearity of the tree configuration along that slope, and then also to study the use of more natives, deeply rooting native shrubs on the lower portion of the slope to knit it in with the natural hillside.
I do, I have those comments as well.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, so my motion is to approve, grant preliminary approval, bring the project back to full board for final with the comments about the oak and the hedge and the boundary plantings that Ms. Grubb just described. Any other?
Okay.
Any other? You're out of order. You can't talk right now. Can't talk. Sorry, had your turn. It's a public hearing. You got to follow the process. Any other?
Anything under discussion beyond that?
Mr.
Motion.
Chair, I won't be able to support this motion. I think the house has made progress, but a little bit more needs to be done. I think the width of the house should be shrunk and to have more space between the houses and to have more breathing room. It's a small lot, very steep, and you can see that it's not, as opposed to the other house that seems to have much more area to work with.
Well, you should probably ask, is there a second?
We already have a second.
You have a second? Okay,
Yeah.
so.
So I
we
want
could
to
still put this under discussion.
well, we can vote or we can.
Yeah, we can see
modify your
if it
motion.
doesn't pass, it's not a denial of the project, so.
No. Okay, so we have a first and a second. Sorry?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. You have your microphone on? Your microphone?
Chris Gillian.
I'll go last.
Okay. John Verdiak. Valerie Froscher,
Nay.
Alex Pujo,
Nay.
Josh Plummer,
I made the motion.
Oh.
Yay, so.
Haley Grubb,
Aye.
and Robert Richards. And Chris Gillian.
Nay.
Motion passes 4-3.
I don't think so. That was that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it does pass. Okay.
Yep, motion passes. Okay.
Thank
there
you.
go. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would like one quick clarification. For the notes, did you want the dissenting opinions to be noted?
Sorry, the what to be noted?
For the comments, did you want those dissenting opinions to be noted?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the vote should be, we don't do this too often, but we should have, like tally votes on the different things. How many support this or support that? And I think it should be noted.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so moving on then to item number 6. The Tatman New Residence B, request of Kevin Moore, agent for Taylor Tatman, for further conceptual and preliminary for the adjacent lot, which is 1181 Edgemount Drive. Last heard same date, December 16th last year. And the comments are basically the same. Landscape plan will be important. Project fits well into the hillside. Mass, bulk, and scale are acceptable. Project contrast and style with adjacent proposed residents. Study additional ways to differentiate between the two. Consider use of stone at base. Consider more overhangs and deeper recessed windows. Study massive windows, and this is one comment that is very different. Study the massive windows in southeast corner of main level to ensure privacy for neighboring residences, which I believe is the southwest corner.
Southwest-ish.
Southwest-ish. Your presentation, Mr. Moore, when you're ready.
Okay, and bring that up. Okay, so we are on to parcel 2, which is this wedge shaped piece here. Thank you for going over those meeting minutes. Let's start with the elevations if we could. Sheet 12, yeah. So, since we just saw the other parcel, let's just touch upon the materiality and the appearance, trying to make them look less similar. So obviously we have the roofing configuration is different for the majority of this project. These shed roofs here. We have a single flat roof that kind of comes across there and interlocks with those forms behind that. We have proposed materials are different. We have a vertical wood siding on this, and it has a little bit more of a weathered grayer appearance, less rich, warm wood. We have a lighter stucco proposed. We have in lieu of the sandstone, we have a little bit more concrete retaining walls here and there at the base. We don't get a whole lot of that opportunity to do that at the base, but there are some. We could scroll up a little bit or down. Sorry. We're missing there we go, the side elevation. And then here's the other side elevation where we have this. One comment had to do with the garage elevation. We could scroll back up. Sorry about that. Adding some interest to this facade. So what we've done is we studied a lot of different options, but we came up with this very simple projection that would create a little bit of a shadow line there and tie in with the overall feel. And that leaves the option to do a nice planter with a feature plant there against this stuccoed backdrop, which I think will be nice in relationship to this design. Getting back to that comment about the kind of southwest facing glass. What we did, originally this was wider and came all the way down to the floor. So what we've done is we've reduced the width of it, of this glass area, and we've brought the sill up to, handrail height here. So this line continues across. That continues around the corner for one panel here before we get into the sliders at the living room. So overall, a fairly large reduction in the size of windows. This window also was reduced in size as well. Let's see other comments. You can see how much the facade steps and is broken up. So there's very little large scale blank facade, and we have a conceptual grading plan as well. We should review that quickly. We go to sheet 2 or 3. So you can see our driveway configuration changed a little bit here to get to an acceptable grade. So we have a little bit of a little curve happening here with a little backup spot here, so you can pull out of the garage and then continue back out. And that's created an opportunity for some additional planting up front, which Amy has taken advantage of. And then you can see that we're gathering all of our drainage, and it's going to be contained in a infiltration area down slope. Slopes will be stabilized along with doing all this work. So I think the drainage issues that are occurring now with kind of the naked slope will be addressed with this project. I'll hand it over to Amy.
Can we look at the landscape plan? I think it's like the last one, it's page 4. So to respond to the board's previous comments about differentiating between the buildings, the landscape plan for this project incorporates a different palette. We're proposing Quercus virginiana for the trees in this space and a similar configuration, again, just trying to reduce the visual impact from across the valley there and provide some screening and pulling the house down into the landscape a bit. We have, again, I'm anticipating similar comments about the hedges on either side. We can definitely vary those and make that a little looser on either side of the property. At the front, we've got this palette incorporates more ornamental grasses, agave, and also some Carissa ground cover. And at the lower area, we've got toyon and pittosporum crassifolias and also some more ornamental grasses there as well. It looks as if I need to, we did have a late revision on the plan, and that lower space needs to be adjusted where the stairs come into the house there. So that will be corrected on the next set. I think I did make an effort to try to get some taller vegetation against the house too, again, to sort of screen those blank walls where they occur, and just provide transition through the garden as well. That's about it.
Okay, that's it. Yep. Thank you very much. Questions from the board on this one?
So I have a question about the eaves. How long are the eaves in the south facing eaves mainly? So
I just got that info.
Yeah.
Right now.
it has a low pitch, so I'm sure they have some nice eaves there.
So we have, I believe on the flat roof, we're at a 3-foot overhang.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer, question?
Yeah, I believe in one of the previous hearings, I made comments about the western property boundary side of the project around articulating the wall, pushing and pulling on it. I missed a hearing. Did that show up in the previous, was this the last hearing we had? Did this project come before us?
No, last week, right? It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm just, okay, so.
It was December 16th.
Yeah, question is to the board. Does anybody remember that comment? And we were talking about articulating the western boundary of the project.
Yeah, is there somewhere that shows the retaining walls on here? I haven't really noticed them. Like the.
I believe the
plan.
comment, if we go to back to the elevation sheet, I believe the comment had to do with creating on the west or the north elevation. I'm not sure which one we call it, but the north elevation. So down at the bottom. I believe too far.
Sorry. Over here there.
I believe Mr. Bloomer, you were looking for an offset between the kind of the wood siding and the stucco volume.
That's correct. Like all three of those volumes are in the same plane currently, yes?
Currently they are, but we could certainly add an offset.
Yeah, I just noticed, I don't see it in the minutes as a comment, so I guess I just wanted to check to make sure if that didn't get brought up at a previous hearing that I missed, but I guess that's the answer to my question, so you can just carry on.
Okay, other questions? No questions.
Were you able to recess the windows more?
Yeah, these will be recessed a minimum of, if it's a 2x6 wall, we're gonna get at least a 4 to 6 inch recess, depending on the window configuration.
All right, public comment. Do we have anyone that would like to speak on this item? If so, we have one, sir. That was. See if I can remember your name. Joe. Yep. Istrin. And actually, Joe, just to address your previous comment about the fire department and the hammerheads, they have the hose pulls that are necessary, so they don't need a hammerhead turnaround.
Well, because the street is so narrow, it's only 14 feet wide. If they were saying that they did need it, a representative from the fire department did come out and look at the property. We spoke with him and he said that they would require, and that's why I wanted to see if there was something on the plans that would show where a hammerhead might be, but if they've
So-
already gotten written approval that says different, that's fine, but
Well,
we'd
I'll
like
ask
to see
the,
that
I'll ask the applicant if they have received the approval from the fire department.
written approval.
We've been through the review process with the planner and the fire department, and as of this point, there's no requirement for a turnaround on either of these.
Okay,
And he was telling us something different that there would be, and also that they needed at least 20 feet in front of the property for proper passage for the fire trucks. So currently there's 14 feet on the street. And from the planting, it looks like they would be planting into an area that might be required to be opened by the fire department.
okay, so when you return, please bring us some fire department letter. The applicant. Or indicate somehow that. Why?
That's,
Fire department. Review that they support it. They're not gonna-
Way I understand it, maybe Joe, you can clarify this, but I know the applicant can go meet with the fire department, discuss their project and ask the fire department if they'll support the proposal before they bring it to us. And then, but I'm not clear how the fire department would or would not document that because their fire department's review of this project is gonna officially begin after they make a building department submittal that gets routed to that department. The fire inspector will review it and plan check it. And if it plan check contradicts the design that's approved here today, it might require them to come back and start a new application.
Right, so
They can't get a
typically,
review after final. So clarification should be given by the planner here and how that actually can be documented in this process.
Just to clarify, we did consult with the fire department before we drew anything. And they.
The question is actually to Joe, the planner, like Joe, can you clarify what can be done to substantiate fire department review in alignment with this design proposal before this project potentially moves forward?
Right, yeah, so I can clarify that. So prior to approval of any permit for new structure like this, the planner reaches out to fire and coordinates and makes sure that we gain approval for the design. And so, yeah, it can depend on what's being proposed, whether or not a turnaround is required. So I guess my question on this to Jonathan, is there a planner memo in the file for this project?
and
Actually, Joe, I think you just clarified my question. Like, I think if this board were to put into the record a request to the planner to provide us with a planner memo that substantiates the claim that the fire department has approved this current design or is in alignment with the design proposal.
Yes, we can definitely do that. That's something, a direction that can be given to the planner. And that is part of our process.
okay, so I mean, if the applicant is confident, then, then we will have the planner clarify.
Okay, can we have that apply to the first parcel also 1189?
It should, yeah. I mean, we can't go back, but I mean, it's typical.
yeah, this is
So
all
we-
part of the normal review and approval process that is part of the land use permit.
Yeah, I guess I'm just used to showing my design to the fire department to make sure that it's acceptable and then having them stamp it and say, yes, this is fine.
That's kind of what we
But
like to
maybe
see.
that's, you just run the risk. I mean, if, again, you said, it great, so we trust your word that you've already met with them and they've seen this design, right? Not just met on site before, and you said, and before any design work was done, you met them on site. So they haven't,
above.
okay,
We've gone through all the protocols we possibly can.
And we met a representative from the fire department last week that came out Monday.
I think.
okay, well, hold on a second.
Come to order.
Wait, yeah, we're not gonna go back and forth
Okay,
again.
I'm sorry.
It will be, if there's a problem, it will come back to us,
I
so.
just like it addressed before you move forward.
Time's up.
Yeah, and if you have questions, talk to the planner. Sam, yes.
Me?
Yeah,
Okay, very good.
and we putting it in the comments to get a planner. memo.
And put it in for,
Planner's name and email is on the agenda, Sam
Yeah.
Broderson, so
Yep.
you can reach out to them and
Met with
and
him.
get clarity around those departmental approvals. that you're
thank you for
looking
your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Moving on, additional public comment. Anyone else?
Please state your name for the record.
Okay, hi, I'm Amy Michelson. Sorry for my outburst earlier. I wanted to be able to say this before it was approved, that legally the applicant should provide a comprehensive site plan, including access meeting fire department standards and drainage facilities. And as it is now, the project is not compliant with Mission Canyon Community Plan policies and development standards. And the SBARs legally cannot make the necessary findings of compatibility, and the project needs to be modified to become compliant. So I know you're a design board, but that's why I read that credo in the first place, was that these issues need to be addressed on the plans in order to be given approval. So here we are, and I guess, you know, obviously disappointed. I do think this second house looks great. I am very concerned about how close they are. I'm having a hard time believing that it's impossible to separate them just a little bit more. And we have a design board like you because you uphold the aesthetic. So I hope that you do. And I hope that, you know, that we can work this out so that everybody is happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Snow?
Yes, Kevin Snow, 980 Torno Road. You know, a number of things came up in the course of our discussions earlier today about other projects, and they were much more complicated and detailed than this one. And the comments from the board were included a need for better architectural treatment, in your face structure. The structure looms over the neighbors, and proximity matters. Well, I would add architecture matters. I really feel that, you know, by separating these two parcels, they're really one project because they are close together. The size and bulk of the thing together really does not amount to a good architectural design for that hillside. You know, no one is saying you shouldn't build on the property, but the structure as it is, large as they are, with 180 feet of retaining wall, going to require some, I don't know, 78, 90 yard truckloads of dirt to fill. There's major issues with this property. And I just feel that the design process really hasn't been thorough enough. So I recognize you've already approved one, but I'm very disappointed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else?
Judith Rubenstein. I just want to know why the drainage plan, the drainage system plan is not in the plan. Can somebody answer that for me?
I'll ask the applicant.
It's on the civil sheet. We reviewed that as part of this presentation.
Yeah. It's also, it's not part of our purview. If there is an issue with the drainage, it'll come forth in the building department process.
Which you can inquire with. You can take that up with the planner who's assigned to the project, and they'll direct you to the proper audience to state any grievances or concerns you have about that. We just don't handle that.
All right.
All right. Oh, one more.
Kathleen Remy, 1110 Palomino Road. Just wanted to clarify that asking for our houses in relationship was not aerial, because I think that it speaks to what Mission Canyon is looking at, to look at it from, I want my house included from that vista. So I see my house, the houses up above. I think there's a lot of people from the canyon that will see it that way as well. So that was one thing. And I wanted to ask, are the materials the same? Because to me, are the roof materials the same as the wood materials? I know you said there's a different color and you put it horizontal instead of upside down, but I don't want it to look like a gated community where everybody is supposed to be different, but they have like one little tweak different and everybody knows it's the same, the same builder. So that was my question. Thank you, and thank you for listening.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for comments. But, about the materiality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like this building is more site specific. And fits into the area better and in a way enhances the generally eclectic Mission Canyon aesthetic. And I also think that on the landscaping, these hedges, which are very regimented and in a straight line, it is still kind of a semi-rural area. I don't think that that's, that kind of planting is conducive to the rural area. I think that could be broken up into, different plants and accomplish the same thing.
Okay, Ms. Frosher, we'll just run down the line.
I find this house works more successfully on its site than the adjacent one. Even though that got approval, I'm very disappointed in that and feel that there was an opportunity for you to create more space there. Here, you're right on the setback, but your overall design feels more compatible with the site that it's in. So I do remember Josh's comment about undulating that wall. I think that's good, although that's probably gonna push it out further. He's on the setback. So, okay, so I don't know how you're gonna address that by moving something in. But I would still ask you to take the opportunity to move something on the adjacent house.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
I agree with all the comments. I think this house fits better and the scale seems right. It's a smaller house, bigger lot, more room for landscaping. I like the undulation, which is called, I guess it's the north elevation or right or west, it's the west elevation. They were talking about. Yeah, I support this project.
Hey, Ms. Grubb.
Can we go to the landscape plan? I have pretty similar comments to my last, to the last item, but I actually don't think that the trees should differentiate between the sites because I think that having the coast live oaks knit the hillside together is more important than differentiating between the properties with the plantings. And then where you have the toy on right there, I think in that location or slightly closer to the property line, I think you have the opportunity for another oak or something similar. Because I know that block of windows is like one of the privacy concerns, and I think it's kind of an easy opportunity for screening there. And regarding the hedge, I think the only place that the hedge, like the formal hedge is appropriate is directly between the structures. I think anywhere else I would study opportunities to have a looser or shrubby screening. And it looks like this property has native vegetation that's to remain, which is an easier transit, better transition into the broader hillside. But again, the same concept same comment from before, that transitioning with more native slope stabilizing shrubs as you get further from the house.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
I hear the neighbor keep asking to see the whole context of the homes relative to the neighborhood, so I don't know if this is what they were asking for,
No,
but
I didn't want the aerial view. I wanted a face-on view, so I. could
like a
see-
rendering of perspective is what you're saying.
There is on the previous page.
I didn't see any. My house here, here. No, it's like, I didn't see any.
Yeah,
It's not like they're sitting on its house.
Okay, well,
yeah, there are some existing photos here, but
Keep going. There's a image, perspective view of the overall neighborhood that we reviewed last time around. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No,
I didn't see any.
maybe it's in the other set then.
Anyhow, I remember from the previous meeting, but on that one that I was identifying that page 8, I think it would be helpful for the landscape architect, coordinate with architect to locate in your trees so that, like, go back to that page 8 that we were just on. Because I think it's going to help to kind of explain and alleviate maybe some of the concerns of the neighbors. I mean, a lot of how these people are viewing this house is looking across from over here. And when these trees start to cluster in locations, I don't know how you're even gonna perceive how close these two homes are. I mean, so that's my reasoning on why the homes being that close didn't seem unreasonable. Just based on walking around the sites with the neighbors and viewing it based on how I can see that they're gonna be looking at the home. So I'd recommend the next go around, locate your trees in the location they're gonna actually be on this, and that might help. And I agree with Kaylee on the recommendation of, any native planting that's gonna help stabilize the lower part of this property is gonna be really important, because, these people gave you some photographs of all the problems that are gonna happen, stuff coming down the hill, so let's make sure that doesn't happen.
okay, thank you. So I agree with all the previous comments. Oh, sorry, Josh.
So I have two main concerns on this that I don't know if these will stand in the way of a preliminary approval, but these for me certainly would be obstacles to granting a final approval later. So depending on how that goes today, maybe fellow board members can decide whether these are matters that need to come back on further conceptual or can be handled at a final review. But I have some strong opinions or agreement with one of the public speakers that spoke. I don't know if they're still here, but addressing the similarities between the buildings and detailing and so forth, like, making sure that each one of these properties maintains a kind of unique standing and signature to itself, so that it doesn't create a precedence of kind of multiplied development in this neighborhood. I think the neighborhood really enjoys an eclectic quality, and I'd like to see it keep moving in that direction. So when we get down to finer details about windows and so on detailing and others, there are some things that we can do there to keep pushing this in a direction where both houses have a unique character. Originally, I supported this project because I thought it was very well cited, and just it did in mass bulk and scale and form have a whole different architectural characters in the other property next to it. But I look at the comments we gave last time, and I feel like most of them have been addressed. The two that I'm kind of stuck on is item E. Consider more overhangs and deeper recessed windows. So I don't see any attempt on the applicant's part to deeply recess the windows. The windows, the way they're sitting in the wall is currently shown in the details, look to be identical to the other house. And I'd assume, you probably, it would make sense if the same person's building this, that you'd use the same window system in both, and that's fine. But I think the detailing should be different. And I thought the comment around deeper recessed windows on this particular project was a good one, and I don't see any effort to to even address that in this presentation, and I'm looking at the plans and there's no recess whatsoever. So I think that's something that we should, I hold our ground on. Then my comment, I really like the east elevation. I think it's well done. The west elevation is well done. The south elevation is well done, but I'm still kind of stuck on this north elevation that rides the property line. There's no articulation. I'm looking at the plans. I can definitely see opportunities to push in either the center volume or the two outside volumes or step it down, but there has to be some kind of articulation in that for me to get behind it. I don't think that elevation is gonna look well done. Just this looks like the building's been sliced in half. And just changing the material and stepping down the hill, those things are, I think, really good ways to break it up. And so that, I applaud those, but I think there needs to be actual physical movement. So I'm going to be kind of a stick in the mud. You might surprise you based on my review of the last project, but I'm not ready to support this project getting a final approval without those things being addressed.
Right, thank you. Yeah, so I agree with pretty much all the comments that have been made. I don't really have anything to add. I think this is a far more successful project than the last one. And I appreciate the landscape comments are all good. I think especially switching that toy on with that oak, I think is gonna help the neighbors out tremendously. And what are you sizing wise for those? Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Okay,
36-inch box.
okay. So I have nothing to add, but we'll entertain a motion.
By the way, I forgot to, in my comment, the other thing is there's no windows or any other thing on that elevation. That kind of exacerbates it. So I think something physical needs to happen there to add something to that.
I think part of the
elevation.
reason that there's nothing in there is because it's so close to the other house.
Right, I mean,
Look into this.
I'm just saying, it just, the lack of character on that, it just makes it worse, so.
We're
Move some
happy to,
walls.
we're happy to provide
Yeah.
setbacks on the wood and plaster volumes to address that.
Thank you. Okay, anyone want to make a motion?
For approval, preliminary approval with those comments to see some articulation on that elevation, we call it the north elevation, right? Because it's northwest, right? And I'd like to clarify the overhangs facing the south to be 3 to 4 feet long. And the landscape comments regarding the oaks to be the same type of agrifolia as in the other project. I believe that was the comment. And some loosening of the Ligustrum japonica, just to, I guess, either change it or organize it in a less formal matter. And
The location of the oak.
yeah, the location of the oak, the recess of the windows on the plaster walls. Am I forgetting anything?
Yeah. If we could agree on a way to do the recessed windows, I think
Well,
you could do it on both surfaces, or you could do it on one, like you got a wood surface and then a plaster surface, so.
I think on
You
the-
know,
the
with
plaster-
that many comments, maybe they should come back for further conceptual.
Yeah, I'll leave that to the chair, but. Nobody wanted to second it, but I was gonna say, if the windows in the plaster walls were deeply recessed and the ones in the wood weren't as deeply recessed, I think that'd be an interesting contrast. Like, I know it adds cost and complexity to do it, so. Punching the plaster elements and leaving the wood elements a little bit more surface treated, I could go with that, or both being more deeply recessed. But I think that detailing will actually separate this from the other project nicely. And I think the neighborhood's asking for that, and I want to try and see if we can get it.
Okay, so we have a maker of the motion.
Any other comments?
Do we have a second?
There's a second to the motion. There's a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Robert. Okay. Let's just go ahead and take a roll call again.
John Verdiak. Valerie Frosher,
Aye.
Alex Pujo,
Aye.
Haley Grubb.
Aye.
Robert Richards.
Aye.
And
Uh,
Josh Blummer.
I'm gonna say aye if we can get a very careful reading back from the planner on the comments, because I'm kind of nervous that we threw a ton of comments on an approval.
I
And
feel like we
so
repeated them several times,
Okay,
but if you,
I'd just like to hear them.
okay.
Yeah, and I do have a clarification point on one of the last comments, so maybe we can go through them real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the project is well suited for the eclectic Mission Canyon aesthetic. It fits well into the hillside, mass bulk and scale are acceptable. Planner to provide memo clarifying fire department review and approval. Consider moving overhangs and deeper recessed windows to break up glazing and add shadows. Study ways to improve north elevation. I was hoping to get a little bit more detail on that comment.
So the comment was to articulate the, is it calling it the, north elevation? So, we want to see some of the walls physically articulate away from the property line. Right now, they're currently in the alignment on the property line. They need to be staggered. And that's up to the architect how to do that. And I believe Alex's comment about the eaves is he put a condition on there for minimum of 3 feet
On the south.
on the south elevation.
Four preferred, especially on the south, it's a tall house, no sun.
Okay. Okay, great. So moving on. I also have study ways to break up linear planting. Integrate 36-inch box oaks for screening on southwest corner of structure. Integrate larger scale native shrubs in areas further away from house. Utilize shrubs that will provide greater slope stability. Update landscape plan to show correct location of proposed trees. And then eaves on south elevation shall be a minimum of 3 feet. I thought there was another comment about the fenestration and wanted to clarify that.
The comment is to recess fenestration on plastered walls.
Not consider it, but.
Yeah, right.
Direction too. Okay.
And I think as further clarification is on walls with the wood cladding, it's an option.
I'm sorry, what was that about the wood cladding?
The walls that have wood cladding on their exterior finish, we're not requiring deeper recess.
Oh, so it's not
It's an
applicable
option.
to those.
It's to study window placement on wood siding clad exterior walls. And what we're asking for is deeper recesses on the plaster finished exterior walls when we're talking about windows and doors and fenestration.
Yeah.
Okay, so those were all of my comments. Were there any that I missed?
Well, the only other one, I think we conditioned that the project return for full board on final.
Okay, and before I vote, yeah, did you want to make a very brief?
You're in the vote.
Very brief. I wanted to ask, you had mentioned that the little window was likely because it's so close to the other house. In the face of that, there's a lot of windows and it's looking right down on me. And I wondered, I don't even know, but is there some kind of privacy law or something where if people are looking down and it's looking at right on top of me?
No, but we look at that. So we've considered that, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. And so we're, I think I'm the last one on the roll call and I vote aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, briefly, because we clarified all those comments, does anyone change their vote at all? I think it was just for the better, right? Okay, thanks, Josh. So We're gonna take a lunch break for those of you on the later items, 7, 8, 9. Motion carries actually too. Thank you. Sucks. All right. We're gonna take a lunch break and we'll meet at 2 p.m. Thank you. All set? And we're back. Okay, we'll reconvene the SBAR meeting of March 3rd, beginning with item number 7, the Pennington Gamble residential additions, request of Jonathan Villegas, agent for Skylar Gamble, for final approval of a 2,111 square foot remodel to existing residence and garage located at 932 Cheltenham Road in Mission Canyon. Last heard May 6th of 2022. And do we have the applicant here? State your name for the record.
Yes, I'm here. This is Jonathan Villegas, and thank you for having me, board and planning staff.
Okay, hi, Jonathan. Well, I'm going to read through the comments from last time.
Sounds good.
And then you can move forward with your presentation and show us what has changed on the project. So SBAR comments, we might have to, David, would you mind closing that door? Architecture is acceptable. Landscape screening is inadequate. Study planting density and ground cover on slope in front yard to minimize erosion. Look to increase planting between house and garage where possible. Resolve discrepancies between site plan and landscape plan, and modification is minor in nature and will result in better site design with adequate landscaping. So Jonathan, when you're ready, give us a brief presentation.
Sure. Yeah. So nothing's much has changed. If anything, just a little bit more detailing on some of the architectural elements that you did see from last time that we showed this project. We did hire a landscape architect, and so the first item I do want to address would be the resolving the site plan and the landscaping discrepancies. So that's page 3. So if we could look at page 3, you can see that we have on the proposed site plan, we have integrated an overlay of the new landscaping plan. So you can see that all the parking spaces and the planters and everything like that coincide with what is actually going on with the physical geometry of the site. And then as far as the landscaping screening being inadequate, if you go to page, let's see here. That'd be the landscaping plans. So that would be starting on page number 18. So I actually have Eric Arneson here from as a landscape architect that can answer questions as well, I believe.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, this is Eric from Topophile Landscape Design.
So you want to just walk us through your plan real quick? Because this is something we haven't seen yet, right?
Yeah, sure. So if we can go to the previous page, that'll be the planting plan. Yeah, here we go. So the initial design that we wanted to improve upon that was provided to us, and then also we wanted to keep some of the existing agaves that were there. I think it's and was a priority, and then also the existing trees, of course, existing olive and the pepper tree. And then for as far as screening on the west side of the driveway, there's going to be a new planter there, and then also planted shrubs of Acacia ideophylla, which gets about 10 to 12 feet tall and is fairly dense, so will provide proper screening there. And along the street frontage will be a mix of California native plants and very low water, drought tolerant succulents that are adapted to the climate here. And when you get closer into the parking area under the overhang there, that'll be an ornamental kind of dry garden with some California natives, succulents, as well as sculptural agaves and cacti. Then there will also be a planter to carry that through along the entrance of the home to the doorway. So that's about it.
Okay. Anything else on your end, Jonathan?
Well, if you go to actually page number 19, or a couple pages down, you'll see some renderings with the screening from the road there as well. So that gives you a good idea of what the landscaping is going to look like.
Okay.
And also what the architecture is going to look like too, as far as the colors and everything.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So we'll bring it back to the board for questions. Anyone have questions? Okay. Public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay. Comments from the board. Mr. Pujol.
No comments. The previous comments were about landscaping, so maybe
Start down
on
here.
that side of the room.
Okay, good idea. Ms. Grubb. Did you see this before?
I did.
Okay.
And yeah, the landscape plan is a great improvement from the last time we saw this. And I think the plant palette is acceptable and complements the architecture nicely. I don't see an irrigation plan, and it's not officially required. And I don't have any doubts that you'll meet the WELO requirements, but you will be required to include irrigation plans in the WELO table when you go to submit for building and safety, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah, so just a heads up. But I think the planting plan is acceptable.
Okay, Mr. Richards.
I support the planning plan as well. I like the plant choices.
Okay. Any other comments from anyone? Okay. All right, I don't have anything to add either. Looks, I think it is a major, great improvement over what we had seen in the past. Appreciate the landscape plan. And so we're here for final approval. If anyone wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve it with no comments, I guess, other than.
Approved as submitted.
Yeah, approved as submitted.
Okay. Second by John. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, your time's up. Sorry. Okay. All right. Item number 8, Ridgel deck. Request of David Watkins, agent for Andrea and Nathan Ridgel, for preliminary and final approval of a new detached cantilever deck of 756 square feet and a patio, and the replacement of several windows at living room located at 1066 Mission Canyon Road. Last heard January 6th of this year. And I see David Watkins is here with us. And the comments from last time from the SBAR are: A, nice structural solution; B, return with landscape plan; C, consider alternative railing design; return with details for how railing extends towards the spa. So David, if you want to walk us through any changes and then convince us that you're ready for final.
Thank you, Chair. If we can go to the elevation sheets, me A201, and kind of get a refresh real quick on what we were doing with the plan. That sheet, thanks. The south elevation is probably the best view to look at that. One thing we added was a dry stack of stones to give a slightly elevated planter between the fire pit and the spa.
Oh, there's a lot.
That's to get the height from existing grade up to the deck level to be less than 30 inches elevation. So we don't have to have a railing requirement right there between the fire pit and the spa. That's the only area we're going to propose planting right now. And I'm thinking something very drought tolerant and simple because of the sensitivities nearby of the ash. So sticks on fire, a couple of those, or maybe sticks on fire flanking a Jerusalem sage, something with a little pop of colors, more orange and purples. It's not a very long plant or very deep, but I want to add some color right there. Everywhere else is just going to be existing landscape to remain because the ash is so tight around that structure. The detailing, what we looked at based on your guys' comments from the last round was C.R. Lawrence glass system, and we can probably see that on A801. There's a couple details there showing an elevation view of the details or the railing system, and then also a profile view of what that would look like. That sheet right there, after the details on the left-hand side of the sheet, detail 11 and 12. Detail 11 is the profile view section with the glass on the exterior face and then steel post every 48 inches along the perimeter where the steel beam is going to be set. And then detail 12 will be an elevation view to show you guys what that system looks like. Very straightforward, clean, a little bit less. I think one of the comments was commercial-ish from the last time. So we eliminated that bottom rail that was showing up on one of those images that we had. This is a little bit more true to the intention. Actually, it is what the intention of what we want it to look like. The rest of the details are just the door window details based on that third wall that we're doing at the replacement of the glazing on the south elevation. I don't know if it got included into the hearing, but I added a visual aid yesterday with a better view, like an actual view from the website of C.L. Lawrence of what the system looks like. It's a similar system. It's P1 system, but it's still steel and glass. So you guys, rather than just seeing the 2D drawings, you can get an idea of what that looks like as well. But I don't know if that got included into the presentation. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I sent that to Soren yesterday. He's going to send it over.
So while we're waiting on that,
Sure.
you don't have a landscape plan, is you just planting some things in that new raised planter?
Just that raised planter. Our edge boundary comes up right. If we can go to the site plan, it wraps pretty much, we extend it out as far as we can based on the existing oaks that are right there. And it pretty much just envelopes the entire house as it is.
Okay.
And comes right up to within a foot of our deck line. So we couldn't plan anything beyond that.
Okay.
Okay. The elevation should work then. That's accurate. It's glass with the spider fittings, but joining those glass pieces together. And the profile view of the detail 11 is probably most accurate to see what that's actually going to look like. Otherwise, nothing's changed with the deck design itself. We've just been coordinating structural the last few months about how to maintain that integrity of the floating cantilever look. And then adding that planter to eliminate that need for that railing between the fire pit and the spa.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Questions from the board? No questions? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, see no hands. Back to the board for comments. Again, reminder, this is here for prelim and final. So comments. Mr. Richards.
I think it looks good. I know we asked for a planting plan, but it sounds like you're tied down with what you can do, and so I'll leave it to the discretion of the other landscape architect fellow members here, but I like the detailing of the glass railing, and I think we should be able to move forward.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
I should have asked the same questions, but underneath the cantilever, are you planning on planting or?
No, it's at the steepest point, it's about, I think, 10 feet on that southwest corner, and then it comes up to about 4 feet where we're adding that planter. And so it's not going to get a ton of daylight already because how far that's projecting out. It's about 16 feet off that south elevation of the house. But there's also a really big oak tree to the south of what we're seeing in our image. So that's a shadier part of the site anyways. That top line of the roof gets sun in the afternoon, but that bottom part of the house never really gets direct sun, so nothing's really gonna grow right there. Ideally, what I do want to do is, with the deck drainage, is have that drain down to the area underneath the deck, and we'll add some rocks to kind of dissipate that and have that just serve as an area to get recharged.
Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, at a minimum, you might want to put gravel or some stabilizing stuff
Yeah.
underneath there, just because it'll be. I realize the rain will fall onto it, so it won't necessarily erode, but
Yeah,
could get messy.
that would be
Or
the
ugly.
least.
Yeah, or ugly.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have comments?
Yeah. Did you reduce the amount of the cantilever?
No, it's still the same size as before.
Okay. And the railing is glass?
It's a metal system, so the handrail will be metal mat, and then the post will also be about 1.75 inches, probably vertical mat as well, metal, steel. And then the glass panels are pure glass panels, 3/8, and then they butt joint with a space between them.
Okay, this appears there's no other comments. Someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to give a final approval as submitted. And just a suggestion, or sticks on fire are kind of noxious, like you break it, the stuff that comes out of it can like irritate your eyes and stuff. So I always warn people that if they plant it, it can, like if an animal eats it, it can make them sick.
So maybe something with the sage, the Jerusalem sage, just be okay. if you
Yeah,
put that
just-
instead only.
If that's what your clients want, I mean, but I always just warn people that sticks on fire is a dangerous plant.
Good to know. Thanks.
It's a dangerous plan. So that was for preliminary and final.
Correct.
We have a second? Okay, second by Alex. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Good job. Moving on, item number 9. Valencic additions. Request of Sophie Calvin, agent for Aaron Valencic, for conceptual review of an addition of 331 square feet to the new residence, new detached garage, 442 square feet with a workshop, 296 square feet, 7x7 spa, 19-foot fountain, outdoor barbecue area, and bocce court and fire pit. Located at 2700 Holly Road in Mission Canyon, last heard December 16th. I assume that should be 2022. Do we have the applicant?
Yes, I'm here. This is Erin.
I'm sorry. Oh,
This
hi,
is
Aaron.
Erin. Hi, and Sophie should be here with us as well.
Okay, great. Let me read through the comments from last time and then I'll turn it over to you for your presentation.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, last comments from last time. A, restudy roof line on west elevation. B, make front entrance more prominent. C, eave detail on garage should match house. This looks like the old,
Yeah, that was the same stuff we went over last time, and I mean, we were just coming back today for final, and we didn't have the elevations of the before of the home, the main house.
hang on a second.
We have those now. That's what we were missing from last time.
Number 9, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna start over with, I don't know why my thing is different, but here are the comments. Please clarify what changes the board is being asked to review. Provide existing and proposed site plan, site survey, and elevations showing conditions prior to improvements compared to proposed changes. B, study ways to reduce hardscape surfaces. C, no delineation between driveway and dining area. Suggest providing separation between 2 areas, which we kind of corrected these comments, but anyway, so you want to show us then what has changed? Erin?
Yes, absolutely. We've added in the elevations of the house prior to window and door and color changes that I
Are you
made.
guys doing this by page number or by sheet page number?
By page number if preferable, which
Okay, we start the elevations on A11.
well, then the other one. The PDF page.
Oh, the PDF page is 10.
10.
No, not page 10. PDF 10. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There should be 4 elevations on the sheet, so if you can zoom back. Or zoom out.
Or I think the computer's getting a little slow here.
Okay, well, what you're seeing on the proposed west elevation is the after the remodel and everything.
Okay, and where's the existing?
It's on another page.
If you scroll down, it's,
Yeah,
it's
here how you see how it says
just
proposed south elevation, and then below it, it says proposed west elevation, and then it says as built below, as built south elevation.
And-
And the color board is
Slide
also
down.
on that sheet. It hasn't changed.
Okay, sorry.
So we can talk there about the 2 north elevations, if that's good, because you can see them on one and then,
There we
yeah,
go.
exactly. There you go. Scroll down, you can see both the easts.
Okay, so as built east and proposed east.
Mm-hmm.
So the as built east, is that approved permitted work? Is
The
that,
as-built was how it was in the 80s.
okay,
And then proposed is how it's been changed now.
I see.
So we upgraded all the windows and doors, with the exception of like 2. You'll see in the bottom on the right side of the house, in this elevation, there was like a little outdoor bar and a pool bathroom there. I enclosed that and made that, a new master bathroom. We put new doors and windows in the bedroom there to the left, moving left. I have moved the kitchen, the French doors that were there in the middle by the tag A20. It's a little small on my screen, sorry. We changed those, so that's now the kitchen sink and pass-through windows, so you can like entertain outside and utilize the kitchen. Put new windows in the living room, which is where that chimney is. These are actually, yeah, anyway. We had some problems with the computer issues. It looks like he didn't put in the final versions that I sent to Sophie, but sorry about that. This is where we're at. So we added a small window as well to get more light into that living room, and changed to two large windows, put in a pair of doors. And then as you're moving left, I enclosed portion of that outdoor covered patio. So you'll see that, I don't know what happened, just got big, but now you can't see the bottom.
I think he wants to zoom out.
There you go.
There you go, perfect. So we enclosed a portion of that patio so we could make the living room larger. The interior of this house was horribly cut up and very choppy and small little weird dark rooms. So we opened that up, put in a pair of French doors so you could get out to the garden, another window. Changed the French doors there that you see just to match the existing style of the new windows and doors. And then I actually utilized the old pair of doors that were there and I moved them left instead of that window. So the doors on the far left of the house were the existing that I reused. This house was like kind of a peachy brownish two-tone color with turquoise windows and doors. It was super ugly. So it's been painted a light kind of creamy white.
If you want to see the color board, you can scroll it back up a little bit to see the
Mhm.
colors. There you go.
Yep, so that's our new palette. The wood trellis and the windows and doors are a light, kind of light pale walnut. A few of the windows, exterior windows and doors are Grant beige. And the house is white down inside and out. Very creamy. And then we've used like oil rub bronze type light fixtures and details around for the lights, the gutter, rain chains, etc.
So can we go to the site plan to see the existing versus proposed?
Sure.
And that would be on which sheet?
Sophie,
Which elevation are you looking at?
site plan?
Site
Oh,
plan.
sorry, it's at the beginning of the drawing. site plan will be page 3 or A4.
Well, that's just got, yeah, I think if you want to see what's. We
Oh, but
didn't.
there's another plan
increase-
that you have, which is the landscape, Yeah.
Well, are you wanting to look at the main house, like areas of remodel?
We're trying to get an idea of what's existing and what's proposed. So do you have a survey?
Floor plan view, nothing has changed.
I mean, for the site. The comment, I'll read the comment again. Please clarify what changes the board is being asked to review, provide existing and proposed site plan, site survey, and elevations showing conditions prior to improvements compared to proposed changes.
Okay, so we have this revised site plan here. The only thing that's being changed, that's being proposed to change is if we do this garage, which you see on the far left, we would have to add in this hammerhead of pavers. The existing driveway pavers end just about where that hammerhead is now, and everything else is there. Like the landscape, the patios, none of that changed. We did remove more of the pavers because there was a comment about too much hard surface on the back. So we added the gravel on the left in that arch of the hammerhead turnaround. And there are existing kind of plants along that line anyway, where I'm showing them now on the base of the fire hammerhead going north on the page, if you will, or up. We are showing those plants there now. But currently that's gravel, and then there's a line of ficus. About
And that
7
was,
feet
that
tall.
was a comment that the board made for screening.
We can't hear you very well. So
Oh,
if you
Sorry.
muffled.
So if you look at the hammerhead and you look at the projection of it going off towards the upper part of the page, the trees, the ficus on that side was a comment from the board for screening of the house. And thus the cover, also the driveway being the paved surface.
Right. So in the project description, it sounds like what's new is the spa, a 19-foot fountain. I don't see that.
No, the
Outdoor
fountain that was
barbecue area,
removed.
bocce
We
court,
talked about
fire
that
pit.
last time. There's no bocce court that should have been removed from the description, and there's no fountain either. The spa is new. So yes, the spa is new. The outdoor tub is new. And then this hammerhead turnaround and garage would be proposed. But everything else is the same.
So we don't have an existing site plan.
We do not have an existing site plan, it looks like. My apologies.
Okay.
The only difference really, well, besides the hammerhead, was that the driveway was road base, or not road base, but it had gravel on it. And instead now it has pavers.
No, it was a hard surface, like concrete tile thing, and we went over it with pavers. It wasn't gravel.
Okay, well, again, we're confused. So anyway, let me see the other comment.
So the spa is new. It's there. It's on the top left. The tub area barbecue on the corner of the house below that has been added. And then the rest of this hammerhead driveway with the pavers and the garage is proposed.
And what's in
Currently, it's just
location
gravel.
now? I mean, we don't have,
Nothing. It's just gravel, dirt and gravel.
okay, we don't have any
It's
topo
unfinished.
lines anywhere either.
Sophie, don't we
Nancy,
have the
have a
survey that
survey?
we provided?
Have you surveyed the property? Is there a
Oh,
survey?
of course. Yeah, for sure.
Where's that located?
That should be, what page are you on? 4, but yeah, up 4. There's topography.
Can we zoom into that, please? Okay, so this is basically our existing condition,
Mhm.
although it doesn't show anything in the backyard. Okay, well, you can see how we're confused, but is there anything else that you wanted to share with us?
Well, whatever questions there are, would like to just go through those so we can get our final hopefully today. We're eager to get through this process and not spin anybody else's wheels on the board any longer. I know we were coming back for final today, so apologies that we missed the
At the bottom, it says
before site plan.
conceptual preliminary. So. you're
We
saying-
were told we were coming back for final on the last meeting. I think those notes you read originally were from the last meeting, so the last set of notes that you read,
That's mine all.
we were coming back for final today.
And I have a copy, but I also need that.
If, you know, if you read it in the, can you hear me?
But I have,
In the description of the project, it says, the board, the permit number, and says for preliminary / final.
you understand anything?
The second line in
It's
that.
really
description.
hard to hear you. Sorry. Can you,
The second line in the description of the agenda says we're here for preliminary and final. That's what.
yeah, we see that now. There are two versions on that were given to us. So we understand that you're here for prelim and final.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, so questions from the board? Thank you. No questions? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please do something. Raise your hand. Okay, comments from the board? Anybody? This doesn't have-
Actually, I have a question.
This doesn't have comments on it.
Is this property, does it sit up high on a hill and is kind of visible from a lot of locations?
It's on a hill about midway up. It is not visible from any location. You can't see it from the street. And if you went really far across to the other hill with some binoculars, you'd be able to see it. Otherwise, you don't see any detail and you can't see it from the road.
Okay, good. I think part of the problem for the board here is just that the way it's being presented, it's very hard for us to tell what's existing, what's proposed, what are the key issues that we should be looking at in order to give you final.
Okay, so do we want to look at the elevations again? I've never gone through a review process like this, obviously, with Santa Barbara. I've been building homes successfully around the country for over 20 years, and I'm an award-winning designer. My projects have been published in every major magazine and on many covers, so I can ensure that it is beautiful. Nothing here is going to be tacky or ugly. I've greatly.
We're following our protocol here. We have certain.
Yeah, no, I know you do, and I'm happy to go through that with you. So I'm just apologizing that we didn't.
Okay, so we're here, we're in comments, and Val, did you, I guess, any more comments from you, Ms. Frosher? No?
No.
Okay. Ms. Grubb, comments?
So I think I'll frame it in that the level of detail that Sophie has shown on the elevations is really helpful. And I think what is confusing to us is not having that equivalent in the site plan for what's existing and proposed or what was existing previous to your recent renovations. So I know this is your first time, so this is maybe more detailed than the comment needs, but I think just for final approval, we would want more complete documentation of what was existing on the site previous to your renovations.
Can we look at that plan again? And can I please just walk you guys through it? Because it's really minor. It's super, super minor.
Yeah, go to page 2 and we'll.
You can, but, and I realize that it can seem frustrating, but what we need is that documentation, because what we're being asked to approve, we can't see on the plans that are
So, yeah.
being approved.
The documents should speak for itself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
if we're looking at this plan right here, what we've got pulled up, there's nothing in the backyard. So we go to the next sheet and you have all these things in the backyard. We're assuming that all that is new because this is your existing site plan, which shows nothing. So that's, you know.
Do you have some comments here? Because you've done this for years with this board. I never have. Why don't we have an existing site plan if that's what we needed to provide? This is like the first time I'm hearing about this.
Actually, it's in the
All of that
comments
is-
here.
All of that is, well, she's been guiding this process and putting these together with me. So all of this was existing on the whole site. So if you want to go to the existing site plan with the design, I'm happy to show you what's missing. It's the garage, it's the extension of the pavers and the spa and that tub. That's it. The rest is there, has been there. So it's not that much change for you guys to, kind of
Again,
possible.
the plans need to speak for themselves. We don't go by.
Show you that right now? Sophie, do you have a site plan you can show them? I mean, to have to wait 2 more weeks to come back to give you a plan with these few things missing just seems like really.
Okay, hold on a second here. It seems to me that we can, everybody seems okay with the house as is. I think we could probably. Okay, so we're not done yet here. So we're in comments. And so we have comments from Ms. Frosher and Ms. Grubb. That's what we're doing. Yeah. And so comments from Mr. Bloomer then.
One of the concerns I have about the house is you have a lot of windows that you're proposing and I don't see any shear in the walls. It means might not even work. So your east elevation is loaded with windows and there's barely
east elevation.
I don't see any. I'm looking at your floor plan, I'm trying to figure out where you're going to put, you're taking windows, you're adding windows to existing walls that are, and you have to put back shear.
Obviously, yes, of course. We've had this.
Hang on, ma'am. Please stop
It's not a
talking.
conversation. I'm actually giving comments to the chair of the board to enter into the record. We're not having a discussion, so you need to just hold on. If you want to talk, you can ask the board chair for permission to speak, but you're going to have to let us do our process and stop interrupting. Okay, so I'm going to continue with my comments. I have a concern that your proposed design doesn't provide the shear walls necessary to meet the seismic requirements. So I'm looking at a design and I have a suspicion that it may or may not work. And I'm not clear, looking at your floor plans, how you're adding shear back to the walls where you're removing wall material and adding in a preponderance of windows. That's comment number one. Number two, the window package that you're presenting looks a little confusing and unusual. There's some strange fenestration things happening in this project that seem poorly designed. So my comment is restudy your windows and your fenestrations and get things in order. It seems like some of these windows and doors are a little bit oddly configured. Other than that, don't have any other comments.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
Just to clarify, you're talking about inconsistent design, like the windows, for instance, on the bottom of the page have no breakups. The other ones on top do have breakups. Some are horizontal. Is that what you're talking about? The inconsistency in the window design, right? I agree with that. Yeah, the part that can we go to the detached garage? There's another page right there. Where is it? I think it's more towards the bottom.
The garage are the G numbers of the sheets at the end of at the very end. Yeah. It starts at G1.
14.
Yeah, this is a more successful elevation because you're not inheriting a really unhappy resolution of the eaves of the house. This starts from scratch. It makes more sense. The front of the garage is acceptable. The sides and yeah, this is fine. But I do agree on the comment on the elevation on the choice of windows in the for the main residence. And it's unfortunate that you cannot improve the existing eaves. I think you're not remodeling that, and it's just not very pleasant. But I wish you could do something with that.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I concur with those comments. That's all.
Okay, did you want to add anything, Val? You're good. Okay. So we have, again, we're here for preliminary and final, just someone want to make a motion?
Am I able to answer any of those questions?
Not at this time. There were no questions. Those were comments. Motion from anyone? Preliminary and final?
Mr. Chair, I can't hear whoever's speaking.
Got it.
Restudy the window, the amount of window, and ascertain there's adequate share in the building. And
Yeah. I think we just carried.
yeah, study the windows to make sure that they're consistent in design. And so that's two things.
And then also to carry forward the comment from before about clarifying what changes the board is being asked to review, provide existing and proposed site plan, site survey, showing conditions prior to improvements compared to the proposed changes.
Yes, so those.
So you thinking preliminary approval, John, and then return?
I think that, yeah, preliminary, then return to the full board.
Okay, that gets you good in a good direction.
Could I make just a suggestion on some stuff that should be added to this site plan?
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful then.
One, there needs to be a planting list with quantities. I understand some stuff is existing, some stuff is new. New stuff, just put an N in front of it. That's indicated as new. Existing, identify it with an E, this is existing. Identify boundaries of where you're starting and stopping your work. Your site plan is unclear, so I think what you're seeing here is people don't understand what you guys are proposing, so just clarify it, make a legend that is clear with, what are the materials that are proposed and what is existing. Modify your sheet A5 accordingly so that it's clear to everybody on this board, so.
And
we
also
can give you the
yeah,
rules.
for planting, we need plant size, quantity. And we need irrigation, we need wheel calcs if we're gonna get final on landscape. I would suggest hiring a landscape architect, but that's up to you. As it is currently, it's incomplete. So we have a motion for preliminary approval.
I can second
Okay, second, any,
with those comments.
okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor for preliminary approval, return for full board final, or? Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. One in opposition, motion carries. Thank you. All righty, moving on, item number 10, Guidi, new dwelling, request of Michael Centhion, agent architect for the owner, Eugenio Guidi, for preliminary approval of a new 3,760 square foot residence, including the attached 706 square foot garage on a vacant parcel located at 1453 Orange Grove Avenue, so in Santa Barbara area, last heard January 6th of this year. Do we have an applicant here for this? I see Michael with your hand up.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm gonna read through the comments from last time and then turn it over to you to show us what has changed. Comment A, windows and door openings need to be consistent and more proportional to better organize the fenestration. Window over side door is out of scale. B, architectural style, landscaping and massing are acceptable. C, modify elevations to match site plan in terms of retaining wall heights. D, revised entry layout is improved. So tell us what page you'd like to be on and we'll show us what has been modified.
Okay, if you want to scroll down to the elevations, you'll see the inconsistency, I think, was that I had a couple of slider windows and I replaced those with the double hung. So it's entirely consistent all the way around the house with the same types of windows. Window over side door is out of scale. I think it's the next sheet. You'll scroll down one page. Yeah, that lower elevation, that door, I think it's, yeah, there was a window above the door. I just eliminated it. So that took care of that one. Architectural style landscaping, modify elevation to
Hang on.
match site plan.
Michael, we want to get some clarification from you. We're not sure which door and window you're referring to.
Okay.
Is it that window above that?
No, below it, there's the door. And on the previous version, there was a window above the door, but I eliminated it.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Modify elevations to match the site plan. I think I had a incorrect designations at the back of the site where the retaining walls are. I just corrected those. The retaining walls, they didn't change, but they are all no taller than 4 feet high. And I think there was an inconsistency in the plans before, so that's been corrected.
Okay, I think it was just a drafting error.
Yeah. And if you'll scroll up one page, the last one was revised entry layout. I think there was a comment that the window above the entry was not centered above the door. And so of course I centered it. And I think that takes care of all of your comments.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
When I was looking at the elevations, the front elevation, it looks like the plate heights on the two sides of the garage are at different heights, which is potentially problematic. And then also that the front entry has no cover at all. It's just flat in the wall to get in the front door. And I know you've been working on this, but I have really a question about having two different plate heights on the two sides of the garage right in your front of your house. And whether you don't want to have some better entry cover.
Okay.
Okay,
Definitely, I can put cover over the front entry. That's not a problem, but I think I'm not understanding your issue with the two plates at the garage. Could you describe that more?
I have a question.
The left side of the garage is at one height. And the right side is at a different height. The slopes are the same, but the ridge is offset. Oh, you mean the roof? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
It's odd.
so the question is,
Why? Right, the garage isn't centered, but the peak is centered on the roof above, and that's a narrower form. Yeah.
so the question is
Yeah.
why? Why is the plate height on one side of the garage different than the other?
Sure.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I scroll down one more sheet to the side elevation. And there I put in a couple of pilasters on that side elevation, and the roof extends over those pilasters just to give it a little bit more in and out on the elevation. And that's why that roof does that at the front.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. I see one hand go up. You'll have 2 minutes. Ginger Sledge. When you're ready, unmute yourself and you may begin your comment.
Hi, this is Ginger. Thank you. I'm just commenting. I was actually at a meeting, a BAR meeting for this project back in January. And I'm just wondering, I have a couple of questions. I'm wondering if the planner connected, this house is so far exceeds the size, bulk, and scale, the FAR, floor area to ratio of that lot, compared to all the surrounding neighborhood, surrounding houses, immediate surrounding houses. And I'm just wondering if the planner checked with the county, because this specific site, as a couple people on the board know, is the Orange Grove site that we went through 15, 16, 17 BAR meetings for. It's right in the middle of us, and it is, I know drainage isn't your purview, but the size, bulk, and scale of this house on that little piece of property that was separated out of a 1 acre parcel, it far exceeds, it's like 42% if that garage is included in the 3,760 square foot of that house. I'm just wondering why the garage needs to be so huge and that house doesn't have much pervious surface around it. I don't know what the plan is for the surrounding area. I don't even know if there is any yard left on that piece of property, and how water and drainage will get run off, because it all runs down onto my property, except for that drainage that was built right below where the driveway comes into this property. There's a place where the drainage is supposed to go in. I don't know if anybody ever looked into that. So I wanted to make that comment, and just say, I'm all for that lot being built. It's just kind of, it's a little bit too large for this particular, it doesn't really fit in the rest of the neighborhood for the property it has around it. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Mhm.
Anyone else like to speak on this item? Okay,
Could I speak on it?
sorry, who is this?
The architect, Michael?
Um,
I'd like to respond to some of those comments because I think a couple of them are completely incorrect. If you'll go to the title sheet, it shows the FAR.
yeah, we looked at that up here on the board. We are aware.
Yeah, but I mean, she's saying it's way over. It is not over. It's not over the limit at all.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We'll go to comments from the board. Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this application 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th time, and it's been improving. It's getting more and more approvable with every time we see it. I just would like to make some minor comments that hopefully it would be easy to address. If you can, please, Jonathan, if you can enlarge the front elevation or any elevation. And this has to do with openings, like with the windows. Like this one, for instance, this is the back, right? So here we have one type. Can you follow this? This is one type of window, 1, 2. Then this is probably the bathroom window. And then I'm not sure if you have 2 more bathroom windows here or what. A square window with a fixed plate, a smaller double hang, and then a bigger double hang here. So in this elevation, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 types of windows, maybe 6. I'm not sure if these 2 are the same. Let's go to the front elevation, for instance. Let's go to the front a little bit on the top front page. Okay, that one. Okay, so this is getting close. This is pretty good. 1, 2. One would expect maybe the 3rd window to be this. Can you follow this, Jonathan, so we can see this window to be the same as the other ones? Now, this door is detailed different from that door. So it seems like this one has a frame. This one seems to be a very narrow frame, but I would imagine they're the same manufacturer. So it's unclear why they would be so different. Now, and then the front door, if it was a regular front door, it would be centered right in under the other one. It would be just, really more traditional. But in any case, you can see where I'm getting at. A lot of different changes. Let's go to the next elevation below this. Okay, that one can have one, two. This is better. 3, 4, only 4 kinds. Usually, if you put all the windows together in one window schedule, it would be nice to resolve the whole project with maybe 3 or 4 kinds of windows, and just so the house would be like all tied together. I think you have too much variety, so that's what I would like you to improve. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frosher.
Yeah, I agree with those comments. It's been gradually improving, but the windows still feel very disconnected from each other rather than a cohesive package. I still think that the front lines of the garage on the entry are odd, but I see why you put the ridge of the garage under the ridge above and it's offset. But I don't think it's a great solution. So.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
Just looking at it, I think the code says the chimney should be 2 feet higher than anything within 10 feet. Is that right? And this looks like it's a good deal higher. If we look at the other elevation.
The 2 feet is a
From
minimum.
the other side. So I think you should check that.
The 2 feet is a minimum.
It's not a
Distance.
conversation, it's comments.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Grubb. Comments.
Just regarding the landscape plans, I think they dropped out of this set. So if you can include them when you come back, next time you come back, perfect.
Mr. Richards.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, I think everybody has covered the comments that I had. Mr. Bloomer, do you have anything to
I can
add?
add some more specific language to there's clearly a problem with the doors and windows and the way they're being designed and proportioned. And I want to echo the comment about the chimney. It just looks ridiculously tall for what it needs to be. It's just out of place and just shouldn't need to be that tall. But specifically on the windows, the window above the front door is in a hallway. So typically what one does in that situation is make a picture window out of it. So making it a double hung window is kind of not usually, it seemed, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just not an appropriate use of a window there. And you have a picture window on one of your other elevations, which is fine. So to Alex's point, you have the 2 double hung windows in the bedroom to the left, and then in the middle of that volume to help kind of announce the front entry, you should probably just have a picture window there without a divide in it, so somebody could stand in the hallway and have a nice picture window view. Be nice to see that window and the door below it start to relate to one another, architecturally, have a dialogue between the detailing and the scale and size. And the same comment as I gave before, which you didn't address properly or even in your presentation, nor did you adjust it in your plan. The east elevation on the right-hand side of the house, the double doors in the second floor and the sliding glass door below, it's not good design the way you have that. It should be lined up on the center of the volume. I'm looking at your floor plan. There's no reason why those sliding glass doors can't get aligned with the door system above it and bring your elevation into order. And it'd probably behoove you to make those the same width and maybe even consider some side lights on your French door to bring those into alignment and maybe, detail them the same way so they look the same. And it looks like on the south elevation that your head heights are bobbing up and down, which is gonna make your I don't know if that really matters, but I can't tell at this point if that's intentional or just through a matter of lack of care to the drawings. I don't know. So anyway, other than that, I think like the mass bulk and scale and the kind of design of the house is fine, but just get those things in order. And I think you're on your way.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
Sounds like the consensus would be to return for, can we do a prelim final if we have, everything is in order? Yeah, so you would need details, return the landscape plan with more detail in the landscape, planting, irrigation, et cetera. But Joe, do you need any clarification on the comments?
Yeah, so I just, for the fenestration comment, I just wanted, there was kind of a lot there. So I figured for feedback in the notes should probably be more broad. So I just have study fenestrations on each elevation to be more cohesive. But I don't know if you wanted more detailed notes for what Josh was just talking about.
Yes. I mean, there was several comments in there. Do you want to walk them through those again slowly?
Yeah. Study the window above.
I can't hear if you're.
Comment one is study the window above the entry door and make it a picture window, not a double hung window. Comment two is get the doors on the east elevation, second floor, master bedroom, and the sliding glass doors in the first floor great room as pictured on the east elevation. Get those both centered on the second story volume so that they're aligned and preferably the same width. Study using side lights on the French drawers to achieve that on the second floor. And the third comment was.
What was that last thing that you just said?
To get them to the same width, I recommend studying adding side lights to the second story French doors to bring it into the same width and proportion as the first story sliding glass door. And then the last comment was to study the head heights, make sure that they're correct. There's just as a commentary, there's no call out of head heights on the drawings. Usually architects draw in and tell you what the head height is, but it's not listed. Also, then the other comment was that the chimney seems oddly tall and should be studied, and it seems oddly wide.
Just reduce the height and width of the chimney.
I've got that.
And then return with details and color palettes.
Also, make all windows more consistent, limited variety of them. And then there was also another comment regarding the provide a cover for the front door.
Yeah, I have for that comment, I have restudy front lines of garage on entry.
Yeah, so there's two ways that the front door could be addressed. One, you could add a detail to create a front door covering on the face of the wall, or two, they could recess the entry and create a porch.
Great. So, and then return for prelim final when ready to full board. Okay. That would be yes, with include full set of landscape plans, which we had mentioned. Okay. Item number 11. Montecito Ranch new residence, request of DMHA architect for MRE Lot 9 LLC for further conceptual review of a new residence of 5,205 square feet with basement of 1,577 square feet, attached garage, 782 square feet, detached pool cabana, 268, new pool, spa and bocce court. Currently vacant lot. And this is located at 110 Montecito Ranch Lane, last heard October 7th, 2022. The applicant is here. Please state your name for the record.
Michael Stroh of DMHA.
Okay, hi, Michael. Welcome back. I'll go ahead and read through the comments from the last time, and then I'll turn it over to you to show us what has changed. A, board appreciates shifting development lower down on the site. B, highly visible site requires careful study. The board is concerned with compatibility with the immediate adjacent Summerlin aesthetic. C, project has little variation in roof line and repetitive fenestration that makes it appear out of scale. D, establish better integration between upper and lower levels and create better connection between upper level and lower outdoor terrace and pool area. E, study use of tree plantings to better frame the project. F, look to create more undulating and natural landforms on the site. G, study softening of motor court to reduce paving and better integrate the hardscape terrace areas and landscape between the pool deck and hammerhead area. H, explore options for breaking up retaining wall at motor court. I should have just had you do these one by one. I will need site visit and story polls once design is revised. So whenever you're ready.
Sure. Good afternoon. I showed up in person so you guys could hear me this time because last time I was overseas. So sorry. So one of the things that came about in our last discussion and actually in the previous one is obviously you guys are going to need story polls for this. It's a fairly visible, well, relatively visible site from the freeway, not so much from Via Real because of the existing landscaping. But instead of, we had the option to do the site visit and the story polls with this particular submittal. We chose not to because we wanted to come back with our full landscape plan and our revisions to the residents before you guys saw it, just so that we weren't, again, spending a lot of time and a lot of money on story polls and have you guys still go, well, let's move it this way. So we chose to do that. And so if you could go to the site plan, which is actually on page 5. One more. So we actually went in and modeled the landscaping as well from our design, so you guys could see it, because I know our renderings were fairly stark without the landscaping the last time we were here. One of the things we did is, we have a site that at some point was graded, years ago, and we're sort of fighting that condition of this really sort of flat plain versus this very sort of steep hill on the backside. And between the first and second time we came here, we actually moved the residence down about 14 feet and significantly pushed it down the hill all the way to the bottom. Because of the motor court, and because of some of the other elements that we needed to look at here, particularly with respect to height and with respect to the fire truck turnaround, we actually ended up sliding the residence another 4 feet further to the south. The finished floor dropped, I think, about a foot. And it just further nestles that house into that into that bowl that's left over. And then all of the amount of dirt that we're taking out of there in order to sort of nestle this thing in is actually being sort of spread around both sides of the house to create a more kind of the undulation in the topography that we were looking for. And so that smooths out the driveway as it comes up from the gates. It actually allows us to terrace for a pickleball and a bocce court on the eastern side, and then allows us a nice little sort of series of spillways down to where there will eventually be an ADU down at the end of the formal gardens. And so so in that vein, one of the other discussions was, okay, we want to see how this relates to the landscaping and how that, once you've shaped the topography, how does that landscaping work? And one of the discussions was not just screening from Via Real, but sort of framing views, picking up different sight lines and things like that. So if you could go to, I'm actually going to focus on
the renderings for the moment. So if you go to page 9. So what we've done is we've actually, so the lower terrace, there's a lot of questions about the lower terrace and how it integrated with the upper terrace. And so what we've actually done is framed it with 2 trees on each side and then some lower planters that really frame, actually, if you go to the next sheet. So a little bit better. The 4 trees are really going to frame that central section of the house. And, you know, that's the main sort of public area of the house anyway. And then the bedroom wings are off to the side. And then we've added, you know, we're going to do planters on the upper terrace that'll sort of spill over, kind of just sort of form this kind of green wall for the front of the house as it comes down the hill. So again, like I said, and we can go through all the renderings, we added in, we worked with our landscape architect very, very heavily to make sure that we had all the, you know, all the different pieces that we were looking for and sort of framing all those particular looks. On the house itself, actually, if you could go to, I believe it's page 6. No, sorry, page 9.
Michael, real quick, what are the trees that the 2 trees on each side, you know?
They're, I don't remember specifically what they're on our planting plan. We'd have to look. And obviously that we're early, so they could be anything at this point. So where's my plans? Can you go back up? Floor plans. That's, keep going back up.
Landscape.
No, keep going.
Or it's all landscape.
Oh, it must be after the, okay, it must be after the renderings then. Sorry, go to page 11. Sorry, I didn't write that one particularly down where I was looking for. There we go. Okay, so the motor court, by moving the house down about 4 feet, you guys had some concerns. Let's start there with the retaining walls, which we had a 3-foot wall, a 6-foot wall, and another, I think, 7-foot wall. By moving this down a little bit, we were able to, what we end up having is we have some low walls that are at about 3 feet. And then we have two walls that are at 6 and 6. But the total height is only 12. So the first 6-foot wall is behind the 3-foot, where we have a lower planter and a fountain center there. What happens is for fire department access behind the garage, we actually do have to have a 12-foot wall, which is directly behind the garage. So it actually sits right a little bit about at plate height, but then it steps down as it goes down the backside of the garage and steps down with the hillside. So it wouldn't be, so again, while we do have a section of 12-foot high wall, you wouldn't see it because the garage is in front of it and the garage is subsequently behind higher portions of the house. And so can you go to, so our retaining walls, again, like I said, at a max, we have a 6-foot and a 6-foot. There really isn't any way to, because of the steepness of that hill, there really isn't much any way to further alleviate that height requirement unless we pull the house even further forward towards the street, which we really didn't want to do because it starts to crowd the bottom of the site and starts to become even more present from anywhere. So let's go to, and then the motor court itself, right now it's shown with just a scoring pattern. We've been noticing lately with our stormwater that we're going to end up probably having permeable concrete up the driveway, and then we may have either permeable paver or permeable concrete at the motor court. It wouldn't be just a solid impervious surface, just because you can't get away with it anymore. And so lastly, I want to go to the elevations. So if you could go to 14. 14. So
we did a couple of things. We took the roof lines and we took the roof lines and we worked with our plate heights and we manipulated those a little bit to kind of just, again, sort of establish the sort of formal organization of, the middle section, gables, and then hips off to the bedroom wing sides, and then the hips form the ends of the house. That gives the house a nice symmetry. And then what we did is we played with our proportioning on the door and window systems. And again, they are wide, but this house has really fairly unobstructed ocean views, with the exception of some of the landscaping that's down at Via Real. So we wanted to take advantage of that, but again, we framed the views using landscape in that respect. So let's see here. Beyond that, I mean, again, we made some minor tweaks here and there to the fenestration throughout. We're still working on things like chimneys and all of that. And what we'd like to do is we know we're coming back for conceptual again, but we're hoping that you guys will have positive comments on this and tell us, hey, put your story polls up, come back for preliminary. That would be great. And that's what we're here asking for today.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Just looking back through the comments real quick to make sure that the one thing that maybe you can,
Did I miss something?
just the more undulating and natural landforms, I guess you kind of touched on that with the terracing and such, but okay. Feeling good?
Yeah.
Okay. Questions from the board? Anyone have questions? Valerie has a question.
Yeah, I had a question there. Do you have issues with height of this structure? I know in your other projects, there's always a problem with the height.
Yes, I do. If you go to page, I believe it's going to be 13. We're really threading the needle between, again, because we're dealing with this situation, the height limit comes down and does this, and it creates the problems at the southern end of the house. Obviously, we do have what's shaded in dark gray. We do have those sections which do exceed the 19 feet, but they only exceed it by about 12 inches at the most. So we couldn't quite. Sorry. It's
less than 400.
Yes, actually, it's almost exactly 400 square feet.
Which I think you're allowed, right?
Well, it's discretionary with the board.
Okay.
So, sorry. We are 3 and. Actually, can you zoom in? I don't remember. We're 3 and 12 or 4 and 12. I think we're 4 and 12. So yeah, 4 and 12. Yeah. Well, no, we're already utilizing that because it's 16 and then we get the extra 3 for the 4 and 12. But we have, again, we have 2 sections that are. Yeah, I'm asking for 20 in 2 locations.
Okay.
I have a question of, did you take a look at letter C? Project has little variation in roof line and repetitive fenestration that make it appear out of scale.
Yes.
If we go back to the south elevation, I think the earliest iterations really looked like a hotel. And it still is, there's a lot of that. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. So, yeah, what did you do about that?
So we varied, basically, I mean, coming through the previous iterations, we kind of had everything set at the same head height all the way through. We kind of had, I mean, everything was kind of the same widths and things like that. And so it didn't really, again, there wasn't any undulation there. It was simply popped openings. And so what we did is we actually looked at and we said, okay, so the center section of the house, these sort of 3 bays in the middle, these are your most important sections. And so, and the ones that are on the upper floor are actually the most important. So those are the widest and those are the tallest. And eventually, and they scale down as you come down. And then what happens is on the second floor, the other windows are substantially shorter than those two bigger openings in the center.
And same thing happens on the lower floor. Now, we don't have a lot of floor to floor height, so I don't have room to make huge variations. But we have 9 foot on the middle sections, the middle 3. And then we went to 8 foot on the outer ones at the lower, the gym and the bedrooms there. And then we started to think internally about how we could articulate those, using stone and using headers and things like that. We haven't quite gotten there yet with the detail. The other thing we did is that we have a trellis piece down by the bocce court, and we actually added a trellis piece at the upper, that's the dining room, on the balcony above, and just to further break down that sort of heavy section over there. And we've talked about whether or not to add one over to the master as well, to just further kind of break that down and differentiate it, but also tie it together with the other end of the house. Hopefully that answered your question. So.
Is the lower wall facade stone?
It's intended to be, yes.
So it's not really showing in this.
Oh, well, it is. It's just,
sketch.
it's kind
Hard
of
to see.
light. If you go to the renderings, you can see it's.
Yeah, let's go to the
it's
rendering.
intended to be stone, and then we're intending to have plaster above. Probably you want page 10, although this one works too. Actually, go back to 9 if you would. Yeah, so the upper right-hand corner, you can kind of get a sense of. And the pool cabana is intended to be fully clad in stone as well, so.
Okay, other questions? Okay, as public comment, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, see no one. Back to the board for comments. Ms. Frosher, you want to start us?
Can you scroll down to the next rendering? Yeah, zoom in on the upper. Well, I'm very glad that you've continued to move it down. That makes it less visible from all the public views and does enable you to do more undulating with your soil along the sides. I still feel that there's a lot of repetitive same sized glass. Yeah, I feel like you're heading in the right direction with it, but that you could have a little more, if you just had more diversity in those head heights, it would benefit the building, given that you're pretty monotone as far as the overall ridge height all the way across. There's not a lot of variation because of the height requirements. But you could get more interest with different head heights. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I agree with those comments. What really stands out is on the lower level there, you have 3 openings that are the same. And that's working against you. So that'd be my comment.
Mr. Peugeot.
I like the way the project is evolving. I think it's going in the right direction. While it's true that the bottom floor is less exciting, the upper floor has a big opening in the middle, and it's not a flat facade at all. If you look in plan, it is a huge undulation from. There's a portion on the right that comes towards us. Then there's the 2 white areas, and then there's a big cut, a big opening going through that is. Right there. I mean, this comes forward, these 2 at the same level. This is, I don't know, like 15, 20 feet back. I mean, it's not going to look like a flat facade. And remember, the top is what's going to be most visible. So, I gotta give Michael credit because it's moving the ball in the right direction.
Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I'll start with saying I really like your project and the way that it's progressed. Few items I will say that I support, and the way you've gone is bringing the house down the slope and eliminating those walls in front of it, I think are a major improvement. I like the way they brought the stone in on the lower level. It's really working well with the landscape to anchor this thing into the site. I'll say your renderings show really large mature trees, and it's probably not going to look like that right off the bat, but you can see that at one point it will look pretty impressive. So I appreciate the renderings. They look cool. Yeah, the location of the trees, I think, are effective at helping to soften the architecture. And the layout of the pool and the garden and bocce court and various pieces, I think, reflect the architecture in a way that's successful and helps us set up the use of the property in a way that works well. I agree that the 3 lower windows there, there's something like that. To me, it feels that it can be softened somehow. I was thinking around that pool area, there'd be opportunity, maybe bring like a trellis or something in at that level, and it might help to even break down the 3 windows in a way and create a nice shaded space around the pool. So as me, I might examine that. Another thing is maybe there could be some kind of like informal stairway element that could be brought into the middle of this thing to kind of add something that would potentially kind of break it up just a little bit. But I really like your project, and I'm sure it'll be amazing when it's completed.
Ms. Grubb?
I agree with all of Robert's comments. I think it's progressed really well. I think your renderings are more effective than maybe the actual planting plan at this point. I think so. Your landscape architect could just study some of the species and sizes of the trees that they're calling out specifically for that kind of bosque of 4 trees on the south side. I think the species Arbutus unido might be underscaled and honestly a little bit messy for a pool terrace. But that's more owner's decision, but scale wise. And then the 15-gallon oaks along the property line, I just think taking a look at what your actual intent for the finished product is compared to the planting plan would be good.
Mr. Boomer?
Kind of like the rustic quality of it. The only thing I was, where's that? Oh, sorry. Just, I don't know if this is a comment, Michael, but you see that little corner gets super tight and that dark beam kind of against the contrast, just kind of blows up that proportioning. But I think have you guys thought about doing a darker color paint, or does white really have to be the color?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, actually, we haven't chosen a color yet.
Well, I guess I'll just say then, if it's not set in stone yet, look at the stone, maybe consider it doesn't have to be dark, right? I'm not saying it needs to be super dark, but it does have a kind of rustic Tuscan kind of lodge look to it. And the white might be, like if you're going to leave it white, I would probably just get rid of that little header, maybe chill that detail out a little bit, let that detail just run. But if you're going to put a wood header in there or lintel, whatever that is, it's kind of a rustic detail. Maybe think about darkening this so it kind of blends a little bit more. But other than that, I don't have anything to add to the rest of the comments. I kind of agree with Alex. I think you're moving it in the right direction. I like the black frames and just the kind of moodiness of it. I think it's coming along there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't have anything to add really, except along the lines of the trees for the 4, which are going to be really important. I would think you'd want at least a minimum of 48-inch box to get started there, because it's a major element that you're relying on to help soften the architecture. So big specimen trees there, I think would be in order. And beyond that, I don't have anything to add. I think it's a great improvement from the first time we saw it, and it's really looking rather nice. Yes, we will want to see Story Pole's site visit. So I would say it sounds like we're ready for that. Joe, do you need any clarification on comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So for the 48-inch box trees, what location of the site was that for?
Oh, those are what, flanking the pool terrace?
They're on the pool terrace, yes.
On the pool terrace. They're currently called out as 24-inch box Arbutus Unido. And the suggestion is to pick a different tree and make it much larger to start.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the renderings here have all these trees look very East Coasty, so it's kind of a little bit misleading.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of view here. Any other comments? Oh, Joe was going to say something. Is there anything else, Joe, that you would need to clarify?
I think I have everything else. I guess the only other comment I want to make really clear is for the lower level. We're just saying for the openings, there are those three openings that are a little repetitive. It seems like a lot of the comments are related to those openings and the windows, and everything is kind of repetitive. So I just have to restudy the lower level windows and the openings. I don't know if you want to expand on that.
I think that's sufficient.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. This is Chris Schmuckel, the planner. I know that there wasn't public comment from anybody at the hearing today, but I do want to make sure that the commission read the written public comment that we received yesterday from Tom Evans.
No. Yeah, we can pull that up here and take a quick look. Okay. So they are up on the board. We'll just read them individually. I'm sick of reading. Sick of it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the commission saw it and was aware of it. That's all.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll see you.
So
when
just
you're-
for clarity.
Yeah.
So Story Poles and site visit next time, and we can return for preliminary.
If we, seems like it. No, return, yeah. Story Poles site visit, return for preliminary.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to the final item of the evening. Item 12, T-Mobile. I don't see anybody here for that. Oh, there's a raising of the hand. That's probably need to be promoted. Okay, T-Mobile at Sheffield Drive off-ramp. Request of T-Mobile West LLC for further conceptual review of the replacement of an existing operational commercial telecommunications facility at the same location. Located all set within an existing state maintained tree grove setting and at the inland side of the northbound off-ramp from US 101 to Sheffield and south of Ortega Hill Road in the TC zoning district in Summerlin. Last heard November 4th. And so is that, if the applicant is here, please state your name for the record.
Yes, Rachel Davidson, representing the applicant.
Hey, hi,
Is
Rachel. I'm gonna read through our comments from last time. Antenna is excessively large, minimize size to the maximum extent feasible, study alternatives, including architectural elements. provide photo simulations from highway with and without trees, verify dimension of existing pole. One member would support use of faux tree as alternative. And lastly, identify trees in vicinity and opportunities for additional tree planting. So when you're ready, give us a short presentation on how these comments were addressed.
Sure. There. So after the last meeting, we took this back to an internal design review with T-Mobile's RF engineers. So I'm back here today with a new proposal. We were able to use a reduced 1 antenna per sector design solution that reduces the diameter of the new proposed canister by 21 inches from what we were proposing last time. And it also reduces the height of the canister by 8 feet from what we were proposing last time. And that's best seen on the second to last page here. It shows the dimensions of the canister that seem to be mostly the concern from the last proposal. And by reducing the diameter of the canister and overall making it smaller with this 1 antenna design solution, T-Mobile was able to propose a retrofit of the existing pole and just replace the existing canister instead of proposing a new pole and new canister that was about like 10 feet away. So this was ultimately determined the best design because it also moves us into compliance with section 6409A of the SpectrumAx eligible facility request. We also provided photo sims to show what it would look like from the highway. If we can pull those up as well.
Could you repeat the page?
Sure, it was a separate PDF for the photo simulations that was provided. I think it's that right here that's being pulled up. I think mostly you wanted to see it from the freeway. If we could scroll down.
Zoom
So
out.
that's the existing,
Or actually not for that one.
and here's the proposed.
Okay.
And there's one more simulation, I think from the other direction. By utilizing the 1 antenna design solution, although it is a little bit wider than the existing diameter that's there, it does reduce the diameter significantly from what we were proposing last time. Last time we were at about 4 feet, 4.5 feet wide and 15 feet height. And right now we're at 2.75 feet for the width and about 7 feet in height.
Okay.
This is about the most we could reduce this by.
Sounds good. Anything else that you wanted to share?
No, I think that does it. We're not really proposing anything different than what we came over with last time. I think it was really just the visual aesthetics that was in consideration last time.
So no plan for additional trees then, right?
No, it was determined in order to stay with the 6409, we had to keep the pole as light as possible. And by doing trees, I've also come up with other plans to this board, and trees aren't always received well. So we did decide to stick with a 1 antenna design solution for this review.
Okay. Correction, trees are never received well. Kidding. Is there any change to the height, the overall height?
Yes, it is increased by 1 foot. So the existing is 50, it's 51 is the proposed.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
What's the existing diameter?
Sure. It is 16 inches or 1.33 feet.
And it's going up to
2.75 feet and 33 inches.
Any other questions? All right, public comment. There's nobody around. Comments from the board? Anyone? This is here
Well,
for.
I think that, it's set against a backdrop of trees and it's pretty innocuous. If it were just painted out as shown in these simulations, I think it'd be okay.
And what is the color?
Yeah,
Right now we just have it as a note to paint it green, but we can propose any shade if there's one preferred, or we can propose one.
Okay, we'll see where we go with comments here. Any other comments? Or suggestions on color?
Yeah, match the color of the trees right next to it.
Yeah.
Just pick a
Yeah.
leaf there and
Okay.
match.
Yeah, I think the idea would be to match the trees adjacent as much as closely as possible. Sycamore. All right. Any other comments? Okay, so we're here, it was here for the conceptual. Do we want to? Do you have to go to a zoning administrator, or do you, when you know what your next step is?
By changing it, so we were 64.9 compliant, I think we were going to be reducing, it's no longer public commission, right, Chris? It was what, DCD?
Yeah, good morning, Chair Commissioners. Yes, so since they're using the existing pole, we could process this just with a coastal development permit. So we're converting the CUP to a CEP, so it'd just be an admin decision.
Okay, so can we return this then for prelim final on consent?
Yep.
That's what we'd like to do. So we'll see you when you are ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that is the final item. Someone want to make a motion? Yes. All those in favor?